Perfect. Perfect.
Oh, man. We switched, didn't we? Oh, that's on me. Wow. Okay, I could have seen that coming a little bit earlier. Wow, not graceful at all. But thank you guys for putting up with me. So, short week, not a short stream. Very normal stream, as a matter of fact. And if anything, we may do the stream for the Commanders game. I don't know. We may do it on we might wait till Tuesday. And you might just see a bunch of analysis on Twitter because doing a stream on a weekend sounds like a terrible idea. But we'll figure it all out. So we've got a great game to go through today, and I was brushing up on the defense just to make sure that I knew about it. I want to be able to answer whatever questions you guys have about it. The defensive side of this team is extremely uninteresting. Can I be honest with you guys? The Bears play very normal coverages. I mean, honestly, look, I'm not about to say that it looks like a high school defense. It just looks like an old defense. It's not trying to disguise. They're not trying to use simulated pressures. They're not trying to do anything unusual or confusing, so to speak. They just kind of line up and play. They line up in cover 1, and then they play it. They line up in cover 2, and then they play it. They line up in cover 4, and then they play it. They line up in cover 3, and then they play it. I mean, it's pretty easy, and there's a reason that when the Vikings, just to make my point, in case you didn't watch the game, there was nothing that accentuated this more than the Vikings just walking down the field offensively, where every time the Vikings would go to make a play, or every time the Vikings did make a play on offense, they would just make another one. Every time they needed a play on offense, they found it. Justin Jefferson was on pace for a 350-yard receiving day at one point. In the first drive alone, the Bears give up, if memory serves, 6 catches to him for varying amounts of yardage. Like, the Bears defense truly made things easy for the Vikings. And like Censored said, until the Bears get a 3-tech, until they get, frankly, just a stronger defensive line, there's really not going to be a lot of fixing this, so to speak. And it doesn't help anything. Okay, so this is my full disclosure, right? It's not that I think that this defensive scheme sucks. It is truly, to a word, old school bend don't break defense. But within this defense, you're not really taking any risks almost literally ever. And so until you hit the point where you've got dudes across your defense, you're just not going to make that many plays. Like, you need, to use the Green Bay game as an example, the opposing offense to just botch mesh points and fumbles, botch mesh points and fumble, or you're just not really going to make any plays. Now, Joe, wouldn't blitzing more put a Band-Aid on all this? It would actually depend, because it might put a Band-Aid on it, but it might accentuate the problem, right? Blitzing is risk-taking, and when you take risks, you give up more explosive plays. Let me use a perfect example. If you take a look at Football Outsiders' DVOA for where the Bears are right now, they are ranked, if memory serves, 18th. They're only considered below average, despite the fact that I actually think that the Bears' talent is pretty poor, especially on the defensive line. How are they below average? Because they really do sit back and just let the opposing offense eventually bog themselves down, which the Vikings did a couple times here. I would say that the Bears only made a couple of real plays throughout the course of this game, but they made those plays in key moments, sure, and the Vikings found themselves kind of just stuck a couple of other times, because honestly, if you ask even a professional quarterback with professional wide receivers to complete every pass in front of them, they will still eventually miss one. And then that's a hole down for the Bears. I thought Payne, who's playing right now, number 96, had himself quite a nice game. He made plays. I saw Angelo Blackson make a couple of plays. It definitely doesn't mean that the Bears within this setup need to keep these guys, but they were the ones that showed up occasionally, and Payne doesn't surprise me at all. Or I think it's Watts. I don't know where Payne came in. Payne came to mind, but Watts made a couple plays, and that doesn't surprise me because he was just cut from the Vikings. Like BLS is saying, 4-3 really only works if you've got a Tommy Harris. And so the Bears don't really have the horses to make a static cover 2 bend don't break work, because that scheme effectively says one of these plays, we're going to beat you. And the Bears don't have the guys to eventually beat you. And the Vikings made that very clear, scoring on 3 straight drives where I don't feel like anything throughout this looked hard. Feel free to disagree with me. But It's not like I'm looking at the Bears defense right now and saying, wow, they disguised this really well. It's more like, oh, good. They get blocked out of the play. Every once in a while, we make an okay play. But here, the Vikings, for instance, are in 2nd and 8. I have literally not watched this play on the All-22 yet. And they're just going to go collect 6 yards on the ground by washing the defensive tackle, or washing this right side edge rusher out of the play. You could see it. They're going to wash AQM out, which, I mean, that's not that hard. Exactly, censored. It did look like Madden rookie setting. And now that you've got him washed out, you've got Dalvin Cook one-on-one on the edge with Kyler Gordon attacking down, because when the Bears line up across from you like this, that's just what they're going to do. Do the Bears ever stunt? They don't. Do the Bears ever, flow the linebackers or do anything particularly unusual? Not really. They just play you straight up, and so you pull somebody across, you know what they're going to do. When you know what they're going to do, you can pick your matchup all you want to. You get a double team on the edge rusher, a wide receiver on a small corner. Love him, small corner. And there you go. Boom, 6 yards. Nice play by Morrow to range over as quickly as he did. Honestly, 53 goes from here to boom right there. But somebody like, oh my gosh, is that Madison? Or is that Cook? That's Cook. Somebody like Cook is going to go get you the yards that you need. And like you're saying, John, 41 pass attempts, 0 tight window throws, except for one of them, which we'll talk about, because I do think that there's a specific player who deserves his flowers, because without him, there would have been no comeback. But so 3rd and 2, the Bears are going to get, or not the Bears, the Vikings are going to get a receiver absolutely hog wild open here, because they're going to run a snag route, and cover 2 just isn't ready for that, honestly. There's tons of this stuff where the Bears defense right now, it's not that it necessarily hangs players out to dry. It's that it actually asks 31, Jalen Jones, to be better than the guy across from him, KJ Osborne, and he's not. Not only better than him. Since the defense doesn't know the offense's play, think about it this way, okay? Kyler Gordon is in man coverage. Jalen Jones is in man coverage. They have 2 yards line to gain. So it's there-ish. It's not that either of these guys are hosed. It's not that they're schematically set up to fail. It's that when you're guarding, I think that's Jefferson, in man coverage, that's a horrible matchup for Kyler Gordon. When Jalen Jones is guarding KJ Osborne, that's a pretty horrible matchup for Osborne. So the scheme asks your corners to be better than their receivers, and most of the Bears' corners are just not, especially with Jalen Johnson not playing. Now, could Morrow have recognized this and bit down? You'd hope so. But the Bears' defense, and I don't like this either, do a whole lot of watching the quarterback. It's founded, basically, in just watching the quarterback's eyes. Old school. Watch the quarterback and drift where you need to go. And quarterbacks have started adjusting away from that, which is part of why you'll see Cousins look this way for the start of the play. It's to draw this linebacker a little bit further off so that you can fit into this quick snag. And like you're saying, BLS, what can you expect from Jalen Jones? He's an undrafted rookie. 100%. The Sean Desai Vic Fangio scheme, which I prefer, but I'm not trying to, spitfire, did a lot more to try to disguise where corners would be so that you could defeat play calls by happenstantially having somebody in that place to cover it up, and then asking your better players, I'm looking at you, Eddie Jackson, to play multiple zones and just basically range further. Within this, the Bears are a little more static, and all static means is that the offense has an easier time deciphering where you are, and at that point they can line up the play that they want. They can get into the play that they want, and you'll see when we go through the Bears offense, we're going to spend a lot of time on the Bears offense. You will see the Vikings do a much better job of disguising what they're trying to do, even though the Vikings defense is not good either from a just personnel perspective. So like we talked about, somebody asked about blitzing, right? The Bears blitzing right now wouldn't help because I think that the blitz looks would be obvious. I mean, think about it. The one thing that you never see from this Bears defense, you never see linebackers or safeties walked up at the line of scrimmage, like right here, where they would then bail out into something else. You don't ever see false creepers where potentially somebody would step down to maybe right here and threaten a blitz. They don't change anything. And Lorenzo, something might change in the defense, but traditionally, this is how the Colts ran it too. And whenever anybody takes a look, the weirdest narrative that was on Bears Twitter, just so we're all on the same page, was the idea that the Colts, or that Matt Eberflus had somehow made chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what. Because guys like Grover Stewart, DeForest Buckner, Kenny Moore, Shaq Leonard, couple of solid safeties. I don't think Rock Ya-Sin is a bad corner at all. Like, the Colts had talent on their defense. Bobby Okereke is a very solid linebacker. Their edge rushers weren't much to speak of, and you're not going to get any argument from me there, but they had dudes. And when you have dudes, you can run any defense in football. Like, it doesn't have to be the Bears' defense. It doesn't have to be it could be Todd Bowles' defense, which you also need dudes to run. Like, the question becomes, how can the Bears get the most out of their defense with, as far as production goes, with maybe not so great talent? And I don't know if I have a great answer for you, because the linebackers line up in their little linebacking position, and then from here, don't get me wrong, they could come forward, they could drop back, but it's hard to necessarily point at the plays where the linebackers, it's hard to point at plays where the linebackers or the safeties or the corners create confusion. There are points where they just outplay you, but there aren't a ton of points where this Bears defense creates confusion. You can take a look at this, for instance, and understand, okay, look at that. Eddie Jackson is positioned in the dead center of the defense. This corner is walked off. What defense is this? It's cover 3. You know. You don't have to take a second look, because the Bears really don't rotate anybody. So Brisker's going to act like maybe it's cover 2, but it's not. Their safety depth is off. So they're going to walk back to the spot pre-disguise, and then they're going to go back to it again. They're going to pull, and because it's cover 3, you've got him on an island. Justin Jefferson is absolutely hog wide open, and it doesn't get any easier than that. Let's go back. I mean, I am a guy on the internet. When I'm watching these games, I'm not a coach. I don't want to pretend like I have some fancy super football knowledge. I have read the same public books that you guys can read on offensive schemes and what they do. I have read the same articles. I have watched the same Brett Coleman videos. I have watched the same QB school videos, and I can stare just at the corners and tell you what the Bears are doing, because this was very obviously cover 1 or cover 3. You knew you had Justin Jefferson in man coverage on Jalen Jones, and what did you expect to happen here? And that's the kind of thing that I know I look at and frustrates me about Alan Williams. If I'm going to be mad, I'm going to be mad there, because somebody asked earlier, okay, is this just the way it is? And my honest answer is probably. The Bears don't take a lot of risks. They would rather try to have Jalen Jones stick with Justin Jefferson than they necessarily would play with a robber, or a robber is truly the most dangerous that they'll get. And it's not that that's not dangerous. It's just that was dangerous in 2009, and now it's fine. But there are just more dangerous ways that you see other defenses attempting to create the same end result. That's all. It's just that when I worry about this defense, I worry about it because the book is out on how to beat a lot of these looks. They've been around for forever. The problem with new school is that new school may not work. You don't know if you've got a cake, right? You just have no idea. Are you looking at a baked cake that's good, or are you looking at something that may not work at all? Hard to tell. So at least you know that this scheme is sound. The only problem is that the cracks and the seams of it are well written and well documented, so you know where you're trying to target. To just give an example, right? Take a look at this play. Kyler Gordon gets caught a lot, and Kyler Gordon will get a lot better. Somebody asked me, hey, what do you think about Kyler Gordon? There are some plays, we will go over them after the offense, that I thought Kyler Gordon made that showed, okay, dang, when this guy finally finds his instincts, he can be a player. But also, right now, he's lost. I mean, look at the way that he overreacts, in my opinion, to running to space, right? Something that I want to see from Kyler Gordon is that I don't know what he thinks is out here, but you've got a receiver in front of you, lock onto him, right? Little things like matching your zone to your receiver, which granted is mostly a Fangio principle, but Kyler Gordon lets the ghost of nobody that he thinks might be running behind him open up a window that Cousins uses to check it down and catch it for like easy yards, right? And BLS, were they hoping Hauling Johnson or like Jalen Johnson was going to be healthy and drawing up game plan? I don't know. This is kind of their game plan. They do this for every team. Like, I would love to pretend to you that somehow this was the game plan that they walked in with and it was tailored to the Vikings, but it's not really. Like, if anything, they changed a little bit by playing a more cover 2 than cover 1. But like, again, look at this. You got corners walked off. Is there going to be a safety coming down? Like, not really. And if there is, Brisker's late to it, right? But you still have Justin Jefferson on Jalen Jones, and you didn't necessarily do anything to try to help him. And if memory serves, I can't remember if that counts or not, but you still get just about the easiest completion you're going to look at. I mean, to flip it, the way I always like to try to tell people, because we're all Bears fans here, and if we're not, congratulations, thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the stream all the same. I do try to keep it both ways. But if this was Fields, we'd be saying, dang, our scheme is great. How easy is this? Isn't this awesome? Was there a point you watched Kirk Cousins where you thought, wow, Kirk's really balling? Or did you just think to yourself what I did, where it was like, wow, this looks really easy for any quarterback. I think Sean Mannion could do this because I think Sean Mannion could. Maybe not Kellen Mond. But, I mean, that's just about the easiest gritty that you're going to get because the Bears, they just don't have the guys. And right now, if I could call somebody out, I just don't think 58 is being particularly helpful. Somebody said earlier in the chat that the Bears need new linebackers. I will take new linebackers. Nick Morrow doesn't bother me near as much because he's not near as expensive, right? But he's definitely like, but it was just, ugh. And I agree with you, Escape from the Madhouse, but like, if there's somebody who I think deserves some flowers here, I want to talk about this play where the Bears were getting walked down the field again, right? This might be the play. I don't know if it's this one. But so the Bears yes. Okay. So 4th down, right? 4th down, the Bears draw a defensive hold. Okay. And by draw, I mean, I guess the Vikings draw it. The Bears commit one, and it is a defensive hold. It's right there. Because again, you put it looks like Jalen Jones up against Justin Jefferson, but this time he's in the slot because you want to talk about. So what a lot of teams will do, just so that you know exactly what I'm talking about, is that you'll sit this guy down, or like you'll set him up as if they're in man. It's 4th and 4, right? Line to gain is about right here, generously speaking, and you will have the nickel sit. He'll play a flat zone, and you'll have the safety pick up Justin Jefferson, right? Sometimes the safeties, because this safety will kick out like he's playing cover 4, and this safety will kick over, and sometimes you'll pair that with like a corner dropping into cover 3. You'll end up in a cover 6 look, right? And the whole reason you're doing this is because you're trying to cover for the fact that, goodness gracious, do you really think Jalen Jones stands a chance against Justin Jefferson in the slot right now? Is that our call? Right? No. So by doing this, you're hoping that you create a 3-man bracket. And if Justin Jefferson beats you by feinting or by like feinting going this way, but instead breaking in this way, and he sits between the hole of all of them, you're hoping that this linebacker comes out and cover him, and you create a 4-man net that Justin Jefferson cannot win in. That's the hope, right? No, instead they're just going to play man. And so like, I understand that it's not egregious, Draco, and I'm not trying to say it's like horrible, but I do hate the schematic call that we were going on 4th and 4 to take one of the best receivers in the NFL and just single him up in the slot. And it's great that we're playing press. We don't normally play press, and I like press, but that's partially because I like taking risks. And so, as you guys are probably going to hear a lot, because I personally think that if you can take some calculated risks, you can, you'll give up some touchdowns, but I would rather give up a quick touchdown, not like a 60-yarder, but like I'd rather give up some chunky plays than never get a stop. And the Bears had 4 drives where they just got walked down the field, long drives. But 1st and 10, the play after that, we got to talk about this one because Kindle Vildor catches Kirk Cousins making a dingus of himself, right? It's a sweet break. It's a sweet interception, and it makes what was, if memory serves, it's 19. I think it's 19-22 at this point. Because if the Vikings had gotten any more points, you're not thinking that the comeback is necessarily the answer, or like is in play. But once you get this pick, holy moly, the team is lit up like a Christmas tree. And Censored, when you're talking about the bend don't break is not the answer, actually, believe it or not, analytically speaking, bend don't break defense rules. People are just playing different bend don't break defense. Instead of cover 2 base, it's cover 4 base. Instead of static cover 2, a lot of it is disguise based. It's take some risks based, but have 2 safeties on the back so that all of your chunk plays are capped at about 15 to 20 yards. That's the idea, right? Oh, bend then break. Gotcha. Not bend don't break. I misread it. But so, anyways, Kindle Vildor, can you figure out what he did? Because it took me a second, but you can see it, right? Where Vildor is going to play exactly like you should, right? This is how you would split them in cover 2. It's cover 2, by the way. Like CB, safety, linebackers that are completely confused because it's play action, right? But what Vildor sees is that we're going to take this in slow motion and you'll see it, right? Like, he pats the ball before he throws it. Because of this extra motion, if you ever wonder why quarterbacks get ripped apart for their mechanics, it's little stuff like this where that motion right there tells him exactly where he's going to throw it. Vildor breaks from that spot, right? He sees pat, he goes. So now he's gone before the arm action's done. Floats the ball over, and Vildor gets there way early. It's not open. Like, I'm not 100% sure. Like, right there, Kirk is looking at Vildor backing out, but Vildor does a great job of staying patient and going and getting that football. 22 deserves some major credit this year. It's not as if we don't need to restart the Vildor Island memes because Vildor's not exactly putting anybody on an island, so to speak, but as a cover 2 corner, he has been really good. Like, he's been twitchy, he's been quick to the ball, he's been physical when it comes to like his routes, he's understood his zone. He certainly gives me a lot of excitement, and maybe not excitement, but he's a very solid depth corner and somebody I'm excited to see blossoming on the defensive side of the ball, because between Eddie Jackson and Kindle Vildor, I feel like this defense will be able to develop some players, and you are going to need some development. You can't just pay $100 million, which frankly doesn't even get you as far as it used to, but you can't build a defense off of $100 million at this stage and call it good. And so Joe just asked a great question that I want to just quickly make sure we cover, and then we'll talk about Fields because he deserves it. So somebody asked, okay, should we put Vildor in the slot? That's a great question, and I need to go to a wide angle so that we can talk about why not, right? So the slot is one of, oh, great. Thanks, Vikings, for not giving me a slot formation. Let me find something with one. Okay, so the slot is the hardest position in football. We're back at the 4th and 4. Let's just look at this, right? In my opinion, nobody's talking about how hard it is to play slot receiver. When Justin Jefferson comes into slot, then the nickel corner at this stage just gets smoked, right? Like, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Now you've got one of the biggest, fastest receivers in the NFL, and he can run this, 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 and anything else, right? Anything he wants to. He can run a snag route. He can run a out and up route. He can run a fade route. He can run so many things that as a corner, you just don't get to really play into your scheme, right? Slot corner has to be ready for literally everything, which as much as it's silly, right? You need to, that's part of why Gordon is somebody that they want to develop for the slot, regardless of whether or not I think he's good at it, because right now he truly is playing like a guy. Just to be clear, Kyler Gordon's an incredibly athletic guy. Incredibly athletic. I mean, you can understand the athleticism. This isn't Adam Shaheen where somebody's telling you he's athletic and he doesn't look athletic. Same with Cole Kmet. Sorry, bud. This is a clearly athletic, fast, twitchy player. He has no idea where he is on the football field right now, and that's okay. Right? He's a rookie that looks like he's barely even a rookie. Like, he is, he has no idea where he is, and that's fine. There's next to no veterancy whatsoever on or from Kyler Gordon. He's getting caught manipulated by the quarterback this way, or play action pulls him in way too far, or like we saw earlier, he runs to a spot where nobody is because he's not necessarily matching where the receiver needs to be. His athleticism is awesome, and if he can pick up half of a normal corner's instincts, let alone all of them, I actually think he will be quite a good player. The problem is that doesn't, like, you got to play with savvy or it doesn't count, as we're seeing by the fact that Kyler Gordon is literally one of the least productive corners in the NFL right now, if not the least productive corner, as I believe going into this game, he was giving up 2.9 yards per coverage snap, which is disgusting. Nobody else is any higher than 2.3. But anyways, so, Joe, it would seem like putting your better corner in the slot would help Gordon develop, and you're almost right. The main thing that Vildor is good at, and you can see it here, is understanding his role, right? What Vildor has is the understanding of, okay, I can use the sidelines, right? The cover 2 corner doesn't have to do as much as the nickel. It is an easier role. It is a supporting role. This defense minimizes outside corners when you play cover 2. And that's okay. Frankly, corners need all the help they can get. It asks a little more of your safeties. It asks a little less of your corners. And so within that, because you're talking about a tighter box, the fact that Vildor isn't the greatest athlete on the planet doesn't matter as much, right? In the Fangio scheme, just to call it out, or the Pagano scheme, Vildor had to do a lot more. And when you asked Vildor to do a lot more, he couldn't do as much. But telling him to sink this way, and like stay in your zone, react to the quarterback. Now he can do that, right? We've seen a bunch of plays this year where Vildor has made plays because he understands his role and he's playing his role well. Being a role player in the NFL that's really good at your role can occasionally be more valuable than an out-of-position star. And if you need proof to that, ask me who you think has been more valuable this year between the better player, Roquan Smith, or Kindle Vildor, who's made plays like or close to this all year so far. Big pass deflections, like a huge interception in this game, big run fits. Same with Eddie, honestly, where I think Eddie has been an awesome player, like all year long. Part of that's because he's meshing with the system really, really wonderfully. Don't get me wrong. But in terms of who is the better player, it's Roquan. Who is the more important player within this defense? Right now, Kindle Vildor's living up to that. And you got to give him some credit for that. Like, exactly, Joe. But Bryce Callahan in the Fangio system the Fangio system in particular that's where I learned how most people disguise their nickel. Most of the time in the Fangio system, the Fangio didn't ask the nickel to take a slot receiver in man. To use an example on cover 2, which we just talked about, this defense breakdown is going longer than I wanted it to, and that's fine. I assume you guys are okay with that. But so in cover 2, this is what the outside 4 do. So what do you do with the nickel? Well, old school defense just has him play man, baby. Like, I mean, if Justin Jefferson wants to go vertical, great, you take him vertical. If Justin Jefferson wants to sit it down, you sit it down. Like, you play him in man. That's part of why Kenny Moore was so valuable to that Colts defense, is because Kenny Moore is an extremely good nickel corner. Period. Awesome player. But so the main thing that I know I look at is that right now I want to see more, not from Kyler. I kind of wish that the defense did more to help Kyler. Kyler has a right to be confused. His defense is getting run on, and he's being asked to play some really tough assignments. And look at this. Like, when you actually let him play normal nickel corner, he goes out and makes you play, baby. This is 3rd and 10. Like, here, he doesn't have to cover Justin Jefferson in man. Thank goodness for that. He basically gives him like a defensive backs version of a chip, passes on. I don't quite know why he's sinking so far back, but check this breakout. Like, snappy break, gets to the tackle, makes a play. You love it, right? Honestly, you do. If Kyler Gordon, in this case, could just pick him up, right, where he thinks to himself, okay, so I know my zone is here, but nobody's there. right? I'm going to take this man and man match him and take this throw away. Then Kirk Cousins has to sweat a little bit with pressure bearing down on him from 53, Nick Morrow, right? But instead, he's guarding grass, and that's okay because we can see flashes of athleticism like this, where again, just jets downhill, goes and makes the play. These are ways that I see Kyler Gordon legitimately improving, and I think he made another play on this down right here, where the Vikings are going to throw a flea flicker screen. It is involved, and it is a screen because if you watch these guys right here, check this out. They run all the way downfield and immediately snap to blocking. They have never at any point realized that, or like at no point did they actually run the route, so to speak. But Gordon is going to come upfield and make the play, and it's a nice one. He's actually made quite a few solid little run fits, but I want to point out just how much he does on this. He spins around, he kind of robots into his spot, hard break, gets downhill, makes the tackle. Honestly, he's a really solid player. Like, at the very least, when I watch him, he's a very quick twitch athlete. Right now, Robert's grade, he's a horrific cornerback. Cornerback, specifically. Athlete, awesome. Project, I like him. Honestly, I think he's got a chance to be a really solid impact player. Just at this moment, he doesn't really know how to play corner. And that's dangerous in an NFL where all the receivers know how to play receiver. So if you don't know how to play corner, you'll get picked off pretty tough. And like we saw with a statistic that it made its way into the chat at some point, he's not super successful. But that's fine. I mean, can we be honest? The defense this year is just not the focus. I don't think so anyways. Somebody maybe at this point was talking about I think somebody, every once in a while in the chat, we talk about wins and losses. I don't really care. Like, me personally, I don't really care. Because while wins and losses are great, wins and losses are more symptomatic. Let me give you a stupid example, right? This play. We are now looking at the Chicago offensive tape. Oh boy, I think I zoomed this in too much. What did I do? Oh, I did this. Boom. Okay, there we go. Let me get out my notes so that I can see where it is, because I don't want to cover a single play that I can't basically. There it is. Okay, 25-41. In a play where wins and losses matter, I'm going to get really mad at ISM over this, who, honest to goodness, I don't actually know ISM's name. I think it's Emir Smith Muhammad, but that's as close as Robert's guess is going to be. Within this season, this is a sweet rep, and I could care less whether it counts because Fields did it. Smith Marset, thank you guys. This is a penalty. I don't understand why Clay Harbor and the rest of them are all looking at this. I mean, it's totally a flop, but it's also totally a penalty. This gets called every time. The referee doesn't have a slow motion zoom camera. When you do this, when you put a hand on the guy's back, like you can literally see white glove on his back, and he flops forward like this, you're getting a block in the back call. Period. But Fields, take a look at this play. I mean, take a look at this play. It's a screen. Fields is going to see that somebody's already in the lane. He takes a look. He's like, wow, they covered it. That sucks. So he just quickly makes a decision. I'm going to run for it then. Beats one tackle. Beats another tackle. Beats a third tackle. And he's into the end zone. Like, it's a flag. It's a penalty. This doesn't count. And if I cared about wins and losses, I'd be furious. But I don't. I care about Fields getting better. And this kind of quick decision-making, this is playmaking. This is making more than the play call ever allowed you. Like, this is sweet. Like, this is what you want in a quarterback because he adds to your offense. He takes one look. It's totally not there. He knows it's a screen. He's already rotating for it to be a screen. Smith is coming down. He knows it's a screen, right? And he just takes off. He beats him. I want to point out not only the block by Mooney, but Fields is about to absolutely snap this guy's ankles. Hard plant right there, comes in and just blows him up from downfield. Then he's able to angle the run in even further to beat the oncoming safety. Whew, that's exciting. Like, yes, obviously, we're going to talk through this stream about the different ways that Fields was more than just an athlete, but a quarterback. That matters. You're going to hear that from me first. I want to see my quarterbacks play quarterback. But the ability to make something happen, thank you so much, Steve Thompson, happy to see you here, the ability to make something happen when your play call fails is often what differentiates a star quarterback from just a normal quarterback. Ryan Tannehill is a guy who makes the play call work. Ryan Tannehill, Justin Fields, up to this point, has been a playmaker that can make plays when the play breaks down, but honestly, he has struggled to make the play work at all. And like you're saying, Dandroid, Kmet's not actually looking for the ball. It's a screen. As soon as that throw doesn't happen, this play is off. You can barely even throw the ball because your linemen are getting upfield and you're going to take an illegal man downfield penalty, period. And like you're saying, Khalid, you can see that Fields started playing within his own rhythm, but I want to use this play as our microscope way of showing that this is a sweet rep, and I don't really care that it didn't count. I mean, it sounds corny when I say this. It counted to me because we get this tape. The whole league gets this tape. We care way more about the fact that Fields ultimately looked good in this game than the fact that his volume stats say 208 yards, right? And that's what I think counts. Like, BG, that's a perfect evaluation. Tannehill spikes the ball at the running back's feet. Like, there are a lot of quarterbacks that spike the ball at the running back's feet. Not every quarterback needs to turn this into a 51-yard, touchdown, for sure. But that right there, that would have been a throw at the runner's feet, period. And like you're saying, Censored, you almost end up within the context of this season, okay that they called it back, because it means we got more reps. We got to see more Fields. We got to see Fields in more situations because the touchdown came back. It's like getting a touchdown and then getting the ball back. It's like make it take it from an evaluation perspective, which I think we can all be kind of here for. Good. It's sweet when you get a 51-yard touchdown, but it takes a drive away. I mean, technically it finishes a drive, but you guys get what I'm saying. It's such a weird season because honestly, like Akusai is saying, it would have been sweet if the Bears won because it's always funny if the Vikings lost. But Cody Owen just nailed it for me. Guys, I thought this was the perfect game. Fields showed playmaking ability. More importantly, because IMT won, we've seen his playmaking ability. We saw Fields do the boring stuff. We saw Fields get the ball out on time. We saw quick throws. We saw hit the back of his drop, step forward in the pocket, and then make a choice. We saw the little stuff, the boring things. And if Fields can do the boring things, we know he can do the electric things. Or at least we sure think so. And so if he can mesh those two together, we are looking at that Josh Allen next step. And I don't have an issue saying that because I don't think it's hyperbolic. If Fields shows that this isn't just his Trubisky Lions game, because Khalid, you asked, is this game any different than Trubisky making progress? Kind of. I thought Fields did a great job in this game of understanding how the Vikings were going to disguise looks. We're gonna actually talk about this, right? But we're going to, I thought Fields understood how the Vikings were attempting to fake him out. I thought he made choices that reflected he understood how he needed to manipulate defenders, right? He understood how to push the ball into places that it needed to be. He understood how to continually give his players chances and manipulate a pocket that was kind of a problem all game. I could tell you with a straight face that I actually saw a whole game on tape in the All-22 where Fields at no point ran himself into pressure like a dingus, and at no point did he leave a clean pocket just because he could, right? Actually, wait. No, he didn't on that one. There are still some places that he can grow. This wasn't a literal perfect game, like you're saying, Marshall. I know I'm kind of leading up to it, but at least giving it some time. But this was a really strong game. It looked strong on the broadcast, and then I watched the All-22 and I went, damn, this is fun. Because there are moments where Fields does the little things right and it pays off for him. There are moments where Fields does things that, people abuse this all the time. People will look at a sweet throw and they'll say, only 5 quarterbacks can make that throw, and that's not true. But Fields, because quarterbacks are not normally this athletic, made 3 or 4 plays in this game that truly Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, maybe Josh Allen. Josh Allen's not that fast. He does things different. And Tyler Huntley might. Like, Daniel Jones might. There is a very short list of some of these, or some of the plays that Fields did make that other quarterbacks could also make, which is really sweet. But we'll see, BLS. Like, we're gonna walk through it all. It's gonna be the overwhelming majority of what we do today, because again, I don't think personally that the defense is particularly fun to talk about this year. But Mahomes isn't that fast. Madhouse. Like, that's the problem, right? Mahomes is a sneaky fast runner in the same way that I guess Alex Smith was a sneaky fast runner, but Fields is like fast. So there are some plays that he can make where he just outruns somebody that just aren't there for most of these cases. Anyways, yeah, exactly, Akusai. We have a defense. They got beat. That's fine. Moving on. Let's talk about Fields, because that's the fun one. That's the draw. Let's do this thing. So, starting from the top, we're going to go literally every snap. We're not going to do the focus. That's great and all, but we've got a game coming up on Thursday. Our quarterback played like a stud. Let's talk about it. Okay, so the game started off like you would expect any Bears game to, and the offense looked less than abysmal. Like, I mean, the game looked horrible. They start out with 10 guys on the field. Fields looks over to motion, realizes the Kari Blazing Game is not on the field, right? And Blazing Game gets there. They see a substitution. When you're substituting, the referee comes down to stop the play. They take it to lay a game. I mean, like, you couldn't make this up. The Bears defense got walked all the way down. I heard the cat call. Which cat came in? Where is the cat? There's the cat. Yeah, you'll see 2 of them, Matt. But so, could there be any more Bears of a way to start this thing? I'll openly tell you guys that from the very start of the game, like, this gets really hot down the stretch. The start of the game, the Bears offense looks like they've never played together. I mean, this looks at times, especially at the start of these games, as if the Bears are an all-star team that got assembled 2 days ago, so to speak. Like, sometimes they're playing out on offense, and they just don't look like they've done anything, right? And then Montgomery does this. I'll tell you what, David Montgomery, hot take, he is an only okay running back. But wow, as a receiver, he's a beast. Check this out. Watch this cut. I want to do it in slow motion. So, first off, he sets his blockers up beautifully. Like, he gets a man on a man on a man. But then this cut right here, bounce, and he's off. Hits the Jets. Had Braxton Jones eliminated his man from the play, which, look, not everybody's trying to be the Punisher, right? Had he may just fly all the way down the field, maybe. But like, this cut from all 22 is just nasty, and he looks so good. Like, every time he looks like a Hall of Famer with some of these things. Like, that cut is just crazy. And he does such a good job on these little things of just of allowing everybody to set their blocks up. So he allows Braxton the time he needs to get to where he needs to be, and then rips on through. It's a sweet play. It's a great way to go from 1st and 15 to definitely further down the field. It's like 30 yards. So these are 30 of the freest yards Fields has ever gotten, second to the Damiere Byrd touchdown that he had. But running backs, in many cases, believe it or not, you can run too quickly with some of this stuff, right? Like, you catch the ball, and what Montgomery does really well, because you can see it here, is he ushers 58 and 3 into blockable positions, right? This goes underrated, and Montgomery does a really good job of it today. 58 doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, or in this case, the side of his head, and neither does 3. So it's the running back's job to put them in position where they must be blocked. And that's exactly what Montgomery does. If anything, you could call Patrick out. Patrick is today's Mustafa, by the way. He had a horrible game. But so he puts 58 in position to get blocked. Patrick doesn't really get to him, and that's okay.
And then from that point, Montgomery just takes off. He does a great job following Tevin Jenkins, and boom, we got a 30-play screen. So now it's 1st and 10 again. Let's see. At this point, the Bears do something that we haven't seen yet. It's two parts of something we haven't seen yet. They run stick successfully, and Cole Kmet catches the football. Yes, haha, that's a joke, but it's kind of true. All it is tight end stick with a curl action on it. And Fields looks, he sees, oh, look at that. They're playing like, I don't know if it's cover 2. I don't know if it's quarters. I don't know what it is. But if he doesn't attack Cole Kmet, this is going to be an easy play. So it's not the greatest throw in the world. Boom, way off target. Who's wrong? I don't know. We're going to be saying that a lot tonight, because with these sorts of things, it is easy for me to act like Cole Kmet is the obvious problem, right? Do I know that that Cole Kmet ran the route at the wrong depth? I don't. So I'm just going to assume that we're just going to split the middle, and every time you see a miscommunication, you can blame both guys a little bit. This offense still looks like it's barely holding itself together when it comes to an ideas perspective. Like, the offense does not always look like everybody is on the same page. They can be sometimes loosely on the same page, but they are definitely not always on the exact same page. This is not a year 2 offense, and you could just tell. But on this play, the 4th play of the game, the Bears draw a penalty, and I love the conviction. Now, you're going to see the over route absolutely wide the hell open, and good for it. But Fields does a great job identifying exactly what he should be targeting, which is Darnell Mooney runs an out and up, which is a nice little double move, right? But so what I love about this is the toss into a rollout. I love it because most people don't necessarily, most people don't run a rollout off of this. You run it off of a handoff. But so the toss is such a natural way to get into it because now you've got Fields with tons of space and he's already got his eyes over. It's the simplest, fastest way for your quarterback to get vision on what's going on in the field. And from here, I'm going to slow it down. I want you guys to see Darnell Mooney win the route on the bottom of the screen. So Mooney stops hard right there, and once he gets that corner to buckle, Fields knows, you can already see him stopping to get ready to throw, that he's got his guy downfield. It takes a very clear pass interference to stop this ball. Now, would it have been an accurate throw? I'm not about to pretend I know, that's for sure, but Fields has his eyes in the right place immediately. Stares at the corner, okay, my man wins, set, throw. Take a look at when he starts to throw as well. He sees the break. He stops immediately. He sets. He throws. He doesn't take a hit. We love every play where Fields does something right and doesn't take a hit. Now the Bears are going to get the ball at like the 20, which isn't even necessarily fair because you could argue that the pass would have been further downfield, but that's just me being a whiny Bears fan. Exactly like you're saying, Kyle. Like if Mooney does stay upright and the ball hits him in stride, it's an instant touchdown. And there are actually quite a few plays like that where you look at it and you say, well, it would have been an instant touchdown, but so then on to the one after that. It's 1st and 10, and the Bears are going to try their first run of the game. And it goes about as well as you would have expected. Boom. What happened here? So, simply put, it is like a G lead variant where they're going to try to have the tackle, I think. Let me just take a look. Yeah, exactly, Akusai. It's a real DPI instead of one of those, like, chumpy DPIs where it's just a horribly underthrown pass, but the DB just gets hosed. So the Bears try to bring the guard around on G lead, right? But what you're going to see as the Bears attempt to get this blocked out is that they have Borum, and Borum gets confused. You're going to see him do, like, a little pirouette thing, and then Jenkins loses to 97, who has himself a really solid game, right? So Jenkins just gets beat by 97, who gets around him. Borum attempts to pass 93 off to Cole Kmet, who can't hold him. And then this part's fun. Watch 75. He gives it a little spin to nobody, right? Why doesn't he just combo up to 56 or 54? I don't know. Why doesn't he go meet 58 in the hole? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's because he loses his balance there and decides, well, I might as well just finish the spin. But it's Jenkins, this guy who makes the play. And we've talked really well about Jenkins, both on this channel, on Twitter, on everything else. But Jenkins did not have a great day today. That's fine. The Vikings have a solid front. It's not amazing, but like the front four, the DTs are okay. Yakuza, he may just be falling over, but it's not a good play from the Bears run game, and immediately it's 2nd and 11. You could make a joke if you want to about how the Bears threw their way down the field. They decided to run the ball, and boom, they're behind the chains. But it's really more of a Nagy joke. The fact that they got all the way, down the field passing the ball is more unusual. And then let's make sure that we note the fact that Fields checks the line, right? Whatever he sees, he likes it. And the Bears are about to call a slot fade double side, right? They're going to get smash into a fade. They're going to get smash, fade. They get exactly the look that they want to at this point. I even think that Cole Kmet does something, but he's completely irrelevant on this play. And everybody knows it, and everybody thought that Mooney ran the wrong route, and I don't think so. The more that I have watched this is Fields' most glaring mistake of the day. It's a bad football, and that's okay. Like, Fields makes up for it at this point. Let's see, where O-line grades that day for you? What do you mean, BLS? But so, anyways, Fields is going to see that he got Mooney on the ISO that he wanted. This is something where another trend that you're going to see. The Bears ran a ton of empty gun. 5 wide, all detached, no bunch, no quads, no nothing. Just 5 wide, empty gun. And it rules. They should do it more. Because what this does, anybody here want to put their hands up and say that they watched or were a part of the Brian Daboll super breakdown we did, not just on Daboll, but we were breaking down 4 people at once. I think it was Leslie Frazier, Brian Daboll, Todd Bowles, and the other guy, Byron Leftwich, all at the same time. And so this specifically is why I loved Daboll, because when you put a fast quarterback in the gun in empty, it forces the defense to play your guys straight up, or at least to make their intentions a little more clear. Because when you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys on the field, and you have to cover 5 guys that could be going anywhere, you just don't have as much leverage on how to go about double or triple covering people. In this case, a slot fade is going to get Mooney open because of probably what Cole Kmet does. I want to see what Harrison Smith does here. Yeah, because Cole Kmet's running a post, the fade is one-on-one. And I think if you want to give Fields any credit here, I think Fields felt pressure and knew he had to get the ball out early, so he did. He got the ball out. He didn't take a sack. Mooney did not adjust to it quite like he wanted to, right? And that's okay, right? And like you're saying, Justin, he did try to go back shoulder. It's actually it's a good thought for where the ball should go. When you're beating your guy on the outside on a slot fade, you want the ball on that outside shoulder because, as you'll see, let me just fast forward it here. This is exactly what you want on a slot fade. You want your guy creating a wall to throw the ball into right here. Because in theory, if he puts the ball anywhere in that vicinity, the DB can't get there. And that's all you really want. When you are an offense designing, especially deep throws, you just don't want the opposing defender to even have a chance to make a play. And as a quarterback, you want to throw the ball to a spot where only your guy can get there. And it's either incomplete and you get another down, or it's a touchdown. The only problem is that I don't think Fields put enough air under that one. It's the right idea. The placement isn't even awful, but it's either gotta be here, so a little deeper, so it stays in the air longer, or it's gotta be just a smidge archier so that Mooney has enough time to get back to it. And then at that point, we would have been celebrating a sweet touchdown throw and a sweet first drive. Instead, we are talking about Fields' first mistake. But the scheme of it is awesome. Not 3 receivers, not necessarily just 5-man protection, not 6 or 7-man protection. Like you're saying, Kyle, Fields may be upset with himself, but either way, if you want to call this a miscommunication, you're welcome to. I know I did in immediate post game, but the throw is there, which is awfully nice. Fields finds the throw, which is awfully nice. He doesn't hit the throw. We can file this. Let me put it this way. I personally think that when you're counting mistakes, a mental mistake is like double the worth of a physical mistake, right? And we've talked before about how Fields is completely oblivious to pressure. And within this game, I love it. Like, because the fact that Fields, even if you told me, yeah, Fields just threw it early and that screwed up the throw, I'm happy to hear that he's sensing the pressure at all, because he gets the throw off to a point where theoretically Mooney, if he's just got eyes in the back of his head, might have been able to make a play on it, and he can't, and that's okay. Like, we are a work in progress team. This is a work in progress offense, and this was a play that says, if you think like I do, hey, we are gonna get there. Maybe eventually. And like you're saying, escape from Madhouse. File this one up to solid pocket management, good read downfield, the right throw idea, the wrong throw. Physical mistake, and we'll take it. But so, anyways. Then, 3rd and 11. The Bears do what you'd think they would do. And if you thought that meant false start, you're right. So, Jenkins gets away with the old double false start and only gets caught on the second one. Because if you take a look right here, you're going to see him flinch, and then they get him on the next one. Boom, there's the flinch. Oh, there's the second one. Bummer, right? 3rd and 16 immediately. And in case you don't believe me, I'll back it up and I'll show it to you again. There's the wiggle. Right there on the first one, and boom, then they both go. Actually, it looks like Borum might go too. But Borum false starts as well. Yeah, Kusai. It was a bummer, right? 3rd and 16. Fields picks the easy yards. Patrick's going to get smoked. Does it create an errant throw? You tell me. But I don't know. This is a weird one, right? Where is it a good throw? Let me just go ahead and answer that question so that we're all on the same page. Here's the snap. Boom. Like, is that good? Is that a drop? I don't know if it's a drop, right? Because you say, Zai, it's good enough. That's pretty rough, especially when you're trying to take yourself outside right there. But it's like, I agree with you, Kusai. I think that it needs to be caught. But, like, if we really take a look here, you're going to see Lucas Patrick just get absolutely whooped by 98, who's going to cut inside. And is Fields trying to throw this way with somebody crossing his face? Hard. Yeah, of course it's hard. So, on 3rd and 16, I'm certainly not going to sweat this kind of a throw. And if anything, I'm going to bring up the fact that the Bears' offensive line has looked really rough. And you'd like their one free agent signing to be better at this point. Was he trying to turn Pettis open? Ryan, that's a great thought. Probably not. The concept that the Bears have going on here is a really simple one, right? They're just going to have David Montgomery run a slot fade. They're going to have a quick, just a quick underneath out on, or underneath it. They've got a post and double slants behind it on this side. The thinking is that if they're in cover 2, you try to target this Cole Kmet piece. If they're in cover 3, you're going to just have, or you're going to back off. You're going to back this corner off. Thank you so much, Elon. Great to see you. You'll have David Montgomery just draw this corner backwards and create a one-on-one. This is a throw that says, my coach told me to go get an easier field goal, and I am going to try to do that, right? So it's the right read. The throw's on time, as it should be, but it's not a good throw. I'm with you, Reinhardt. I hear you guys on the receiver's an acrobat, and you hope that maybe he catches it. But when the route is full go this way and the throw is full go behind you and also low, it's bad. But there's major pressure in his face. So if you told me that affected things, I'll believe it, and we can let it go. We don't need, just to be clear, we don't need to defend Fields' every move,
right? Like, even some of these throw placements, like there are some of them where it's like we're going to end up saying, hey, it's a good enough throw because it should be caught, but it's not. Like, this is probably Fields' I'd say worst throw of the day and the second easiest one. Yeah, exactly, Vaughn. Like, it's not great, and that's okay. Like you're saying, Zai, we don't need to nitpick because, well, it's more like, Zai, to make it clear, we just need to weight everything. Just because that's a mistake doesn't mean that that mistake is on the same weight as something amazing that Fields does. I don't care. I'm telling you, I think the throw is low, and I'm not even pinning it on him because he's got somebody in his face. Like, we're all on the same page here. But it's just because if we're not all clear on the rubric, then we can't grade the same way. This is awful. First play of the second drive. If you thought it was going to get any better, it's not. Fields goes to check up at the line. Everybody's confused, right? Nobody actually gets started. None of the receivers. Like, check this out. This is so sad, right? Snap comes, and I just want to point out how late everybody is to react. Fields gets hit with the ball. Oh, shoot, we're running a play. Oh, my gosh. Both Ryan Griffin and Cole Kmet just have no idea that this happened. And I think it's so funny. Like you're saying, Theme Torturous, it's lucky that it didn't bounce over and hit the defender. But yeah, like, Censored, this is year one. It's a lot of thing. It's a lot of things, but it's a huge bummer. I'm almost with you, Jacob, on the guard, or the Bears should go back to the guard tapping the center. But that doesn't let you mix up your cadences quite as well. James, part of me is starting to wonder whether Lucas Patrick's any better than Mustipher at center, which I did not believe that I would have asked, right? Like, I just can't understand it because there are some of these plays that Mustipher makes where I'm like, how on earth is this guy a starter? But he is, and he has been for a little while. Anyways, moving on to the second play. So, 2nd and 11, somebody's wrong here. Like, we're still talking about plays where somebody made a mental mistake. Now, part of that's because I don't know, right? Let's watch Kari Blasingame at this point, right? Okay, Reinhardt, you're saying they're playing head pop. What are you talking about? Like, because if you actually know how head pop works, I don't. But the whole rest of the offense responded to Fields, so I'm willing to at least, worst case scenario, call it both ways and a total failure by the offense. But anyways, watch Kari Blasingame. It looks to me like he's not running a route. So if he's not running a route and it's a screen, Fields should throw the screen. Now, if Fields threw an out route, Mooney is going to get killed by number 3. Because if you take a look at the way that this play progresses, 3 doesn't actually move. So by the time Fields throws it, 3 gets by Kari Blasingame, and the throw cuts inside. Now, this isn't my idea, what I'm about to tell you. This comes from Tim Jenkins, who's actually played in the NFL. I have not played in the NFL. So what he talked about is that on most out routes like this, there is an alert where if you see a corner sitting on the outside of the formation, you cut it down into a curl. Now, Tim Jenkins, as great as he is, also understands that talking well about Justin Fields gets you clicks and content. So, there is a grain of salt to be had here, right? But you can call it either way at this stage. I don't actually know who makes the mistake. I could see it both ways. Because again, if Blazingame's running a route, I don't know what it's called. Because he looks like he's just running up to block. And the Bears called more screens than any team I've just about ever seen. Right? So at this point, I couldn't tell you whose fault it is, but it's somebody's. Like, these kinds of things are all over the tape. Like, you mentioned, wow, it's year one. Yeah, exactly, John. Right? But like, it's year one of the offense, but sometimes you would swear that they changed the offense 3 weeks ago because they just don't have a good feel for wherever anybody is at this stage. So then we've got 3rd and 11, and if you followed me on Twitter, you probably saw that I posted this one. This is one where you can play find who's open.
because the Bears are going to run a 3-route combo. I don't actually know what Velus Jones is going to do. It's kind of like he breaks down and just gets owned, but I think he's trying to run a scissor post. Mooney is going to release inside and run a post route. ESB is going to run a backside dig as if he's on ice with his break, and absolutely nobody's going to be there. This is the first sack of the game, and I don't actually blame Fields for this one, if only because I don't know where he was supposed to go with the ball. Even the checkdowns are covered. Now, where should he have been looking to go with the ball? Well, I disagree with where his eyes are. I think he got fooled in this case because the Bears at this point, thank you, honey. The Bears up to this point are looking at a Vikings defense that's in a cover 2 base set, right? Or at least it looks like it might be. When the Vikings then mask their role and they get to cover 3, I don't know if it fools Fields, but you shouldn't be looking in the middle, or like in the middle of the defense against cover 3 at this stage. You should be looking at the backside dig, and Fields really isn't looking there. So I'm actually willing to believe that Fields just got flummoxed by this play. But also, gracious alive, can we point out that ESB, who I don't hate, the sad thing is he's been our second best receiver this year, but ESB has a corner with his hips pointed out. He's running an inside dig. This should be an automatic win. No receiver should lose this, right? And yet, he's blanketed perfectly. Like, Equinemius St. Brown does not beat his man at all. Like, maybe if you throw this one low and perfectly on time, ESB could go down for it. But gracious, you want to talk about no separation? There are times where people look at no separation and they're like, wow, he didn't separate. Do we suck? Like, I don't know. People could take the separation thing to a place where they shouldn't go. But your starting X receiver should be able to get open on that. He doesn't. Now, Fields doesn't actually look at him. So that's part of why I think the Fields gets flummoxed a little bit, because against cover 3 like that, you should be looking at the backside dig. And you're totally right, Sir Lord. Like, it is a sweet move by Patrick Peterson, but all the same, you should be able to beat the aging persona that is Patrick Peterson. Now, Jones and Jenkins also get whooped, right? So you've got a hard cut to the left by ESB would have generated a first, but you can see Fields is looking at Mooney pretty much the whole way. Actually, it's hard to tell. He might actually be watching that outside area. You don't necessarily know when it comes to football helmets, but within this, I think he's looking at Mooney, and he's going to end up seeing that Harrison Smith is sitting on it, and that's just not open. Like, that's a sweet bracket that he's got. You can't throw there. There is no point where Mooney's open. But, hey, can we just give this some credit? Fields steps up in the pocket. Jones gets pushed around the outside. Jenkins gets beat pretty badly. But Fields doesn't necessarily break into, runner mode. He steps through the pocket at this point. Step up, pushes through. Now he starts thinking about maybe running because there is no option and everybody truly is covered. But like you're saying, James, the AB gap pressure does way more than this. It's not great. But was Monty an option? Not really. He ends up covered unless you threw the perfect flick, then maybe he is. You might flick the ball out that way, but Fields has been so dangerous with his legs that I can understand him thinking run, and then Borum just kind of lets, he sits there and waits for the rusher and doesn't ever get out on him. It's bad offensive line play. Nobody's open. This is one of those moments where you point at the Bears and you say, well, the Bears are doing nothing to help Justin Fields. This is probably where better players make a better play. Better players mean that you don't have to keep somebody in to help you pass protect. Better players mean that somebody gets open. Make sure you take a look at Velus Jones's route here, because it's bad. Velus video or not, that outside fake sold nobody. It's 3rd and 11. Velus gets stuffed up the field. It's a sack. Bad players. That's okay. I'm I know I'm simplifying. I don't exactly sound like a guru at this point, but when you're looking at a play like this, you mutter to yourself, or you can partially say, wow, they got us. Harrison Smith totally did bracket Mooney off of a pretty good route. I mean, honestly, had Mooney had space, he's doing pretty well to separate. He's even. He gets a little bit away. It's a tight window, but the fact that Harrison Smith is just sitting on it means that you can't do, that there's no throw to be made. Fields takes a sack. Bummer. Bears defense looks like they're getting, or Bears offense looks like they're getting whooped, but at this point, the Bears start to turn it on a little bit, at least a little bit more. But so let's take a look. They start out with a run, right? And the fun thing about some of these runs is, I think somebody in our chat said this a little while ago, the Bears have hit the point where their bad runs are still 3 or 4 yard runs. And that's honestly really nice because the Bears do a good enough job at Jump Street to generate a positive run. This is a 4 yard run. Now, 58 absolutely whoops Lucas Patrick as he tries to climb. So both of these guys are going to double. It's kind of like duo. The way that this run works out, where you're going to get a double and an attempt to climb. You're going to get a double and an attempt to climb. And I want to point out just how badly Lucas Patrick gets knocked out, because as he climbs, 58 comes over, puts his hands on him, and just sits him down right there. And Akus, I like your mentioning. It's not like the Bears did a great job on the ground. Senzafili, great seeing you. Thanks for jumping in. The big problem the Bears had is that they lost yards on a few too many runs. So I guess you're right, long term. But in the short term, the Bears' rushing game has been really solid. So on 2nd and 6, they're going to run again. And Griffin has no idea where he's going. So let's take a look at the play. If you're wondering, hey, what on earth happened? How did somebody end up wide, or how did a blocker end up wide open? It's because if you watch Ryan Griffin, he's going to kind of run off and just lose himself, right? So Braxton Jones is going to loop out, and he's going to find somebody to block. The receiver is going to find somebody to block. Kari Blasingame is going to find somebody to block. And Ryan Griffin should be the one to make it 1, 2, 3, 4 on 4. Now, it doesn't end up that way, because if you watch Griffin, just to make sure we're all clear, Griffin turns too far inside, hops out, and just doesn't really get anybody. Now, I think he's supposed to get that guy right there, because Jones comes across, he gets 39, the receiver gets him, and Kari Blasingame at this point has to pivot inside. You can actually see him change his angle because he's angling for here, but he has to block the interior threat first, so he does. And then the outside guy of that pair goes and makes the tackle for a gain of 1. Now it's still a gain, technically. But had Griffin made the block that he needed to make, I don't know how many yards this gets. We really don't. Had he been blocked up, there's a chance that Herbert doesn't get anything, because maybe this guy's man just leans over and makes the tackle, always possible. There's a chance that Herbert breaks into a huge run. You just want to get a guy on a guy, and you didn't here, so something went on wrong. Something went wrong, as you guys know. So from there, let's see here. So from here, we start seeing Fields really make some plays, honestly. It's not quite here yet. We're not quite at, oh man, every play's a banger, but we start getting there, right? Where the Bears are going to call another screen. I hate this screen. I don't know if it's badly designed or if the Bears are just running too many screens, because the defensive line does not stop at all. They get straight downhill, and as soon as they get downhill, there is no passing lane. This play right here is not open. He's cutting it off. He's cutting it off, right? So Fields does what he can. He just bails the other way. He beats somebody in the open field. He slides. He doesn't take a hit. He gains the first down. I don't actually know whether the design or the play sequencing here is the problem. What I do know is that the defense is 100% ready, right? They are all over this ball, and there's no throw here. If Fields threw it on time, normally just to be clear, like you're kind of talking about, James Wallace. Let's see here. Looks like you're right, Akusai. Fields did check into this. And so Fields checks into a screen. It's probably because Fields sees that he's got him way off, and he might like that. But all the same, the play check isn't great. We can pin that on Fields. You don't have to. You could say that they should have given him a second thing. But either way, like you're saying, new poster, he looks faster in the All-22. I love the decision making. I love the fact, one thing that I think Fields actually does a really solid job about is that whenever he is making these kinds of plays, he tends to set up his tackler really well. Like he does a good job on these kinds of plays of actually letting his man get close enough to where you can beat him, not allowing him to adjust, right? BG, that's interesting to know. It wouldn't surprise me if a West Coast style quarterback or a quarterback that has played in West Coast systems, right, would catch the ball and think to himself, okay, if you throw it to the outside, the throw is there, and then you go for it. Me personally, I think it's closed. Like, I don't blame a young quarterback for looking at somebody fading out like this, especially because Fields does like to hold on to the ball about a half second longer than most quarterbacks right now. And you know what? If it's just a half, you're okay, right? Like, if it's a half second and not 1.5 seconds, not even 1 second, you can work with that. But Fields is able to it's this strong step right here. You want to talk about athleticism, right? It's a strong step that forces an arm tackle. He shucks the arm tackle. Another big plant right here. Like, there's some Montgomery in his game because, boom, he hits a hard step that throws that corner off, number 3, and at that point, it's easy for him. I mean, the athlete that Fields is a really impressive one, because while it's a huge bummer that he's in some cases freezing just long enough for throws to be closed, like, he just bolts. That cut is huge. I want to just pass this along. Like, boom, big plant. You could see he's drawn this receiver well off of his line, and then exploits the seam, gets right on down. Gotta love not late hitting him. and there you go, first down. So Fields has made a play for us, right? He's missed a play. He's made a play. And Mr. Myrtle, we'll get there because we really haven't even gotten to the sweet ones. So next, the Bears go with a play action rollout. It's nothing crazy. But what I love about this play call is that Fields' running is part of the package. I like this rollout. I hope that the Bears, they had, especially against the Texans, they probably tried way too many rollouts, in my opinion. But they have ISM just run up the field like this. They have Darnell Mooney run across the field. And the third option, like what would normally be the flat, is Fields running the football. They're going to have everybody else come around and try to block for him. And if Cole Kmet, I think it is, had made a better block on a play like this, no, it's Blazing Game, who granted has a pretty rough one, right? He has a rough block in this case against an edge rusher, which is not an easy matchup. But if he makes a better one, Fields has even more space to get up the field for. It's a tough ask. I know it's a tough ask. But had he gotten there, he blasts on down. And Haplo, to your point, like, I think that there's a lot of it. Oh, it's Blazing Game. Gotcha, Kusai. But so, Haplo, I think that there is a lot of this, that the Vikings are a bad defense. Let's be really clear. But I also think that there's an aspect of this where, because the Vikings are bad, the Bears are also bad. And so we get to see Fields in an even game, as opposed to playing behind, which means that the play calling can be a little bit more even, which means that you might be able to see him doing well in that case. Oh, I got you, Kusai. Thank you for clarifying. But that's my big question when it comes to, is it because the Vikings are bad? The truth is, I don't know. The Bears are also bad. And a quarterback can only be as good as your offense is good. So, but let's see. Then after that, they run the ball. Lucas Patrick gets absolutely owned. It's sad. Nobody likes this. Like, Lucas Patrick in just a basic run gets nastied right there. absolutely driven back at the point of attack in what otherwise actually looked to be a pretty well set up run. A little bit of confusion here as ISM and Jones are blocking the same guy, but it happens. But once Herbert gets turned by Patrick, who doesn't even stay engaged with his guy, like, the run is over. And like you're saying, Feme Torturous, Patrick has been at guard most of the time, and it's weird seeing him struggle this much. Jenkins is already at the second level, like you're talking about, Myrtle. I mean, granted, Jenkins doesn't have anybody else to block, so he runs right up, makes immediate contact, and drives his linebacker well out of the play, but yikes. Not a good run. So now we're back to 3rd and 5. Or let's see. Yeah, now it's 3rd and 7. Gotta love it. The Bears continually keep putting their quarterback in third ands, right? So, yeah, exactly, Reinhard. It's Patrick's tape is rough this whole game. So I love this. First off, let's point something out. The Bears make an adjustment on that 3rd and 11 earlier, which I will take us back to. The Bears saw that on 3rd downs, the Vikings have a very specific plan, right? They're going to line you up in one coverage, and then on the leg kick, they're going to roll, right? So look at that. They went from too high to a roll, right? Not complicated, but that's football. So the Bears had a silly idea. They said to themselves, okay, what if on this 3rd down, we run it on 2? On 2. If you've ever played football before, you know what on 2 is. It means that instead of reacting on the first snap, you're going to react on the second one, right? And check out what it does to the rotation. So you've got what looks like a standard cover 1, cover 3, like maybe Harrison Smith's playing robber, maybe Harrison Smith is covering some kind of flat route out here. There could be all sorts of things, right, that they're doing, but it looks like a single high safety look. On the leg kick, Smith rotates straight back to a 2-high setup. Okay, well, now you know, right? Fields takes a good long look at it, realizes that they're in 2-high, and the route package that they got over is this. So you've got a 9 stop, which looks like a go, but you stop it, right? You've got a deep post, which if they're in cover 2, the post is going to be where you want to look at this, because you'll get a 9 where, like, this will draw this safety. They've got another 9 stop over here, and so this will draw that safety, and you'll lace this post. And it looks like they're going to be in cover 2, right? They're not. They're actually going to flip into cover 3. It's cool the way the Vikings do this. They do it a bunch, right? Where you're going to have this corner come up by cover 3, this safety ranges over and plays the middle, and then Harrison Smith, who was here, ranges over and plays this side of the, that side. So you've got cover 3. And Fields is looking at Mooney, realizes, okay, hang on, that guy's not supposed to be there, and understands that within cover 3, his best shot is going to be Dante Pettis over here in what would normally be considered like a cover 2 hole, but because he sees 3 move his feet like that, he knows he can get the ball to Pettis, and oh my goodness, he doesn't catch it, right? Like, now, is this throw perfect? It's not, right? Or at least I don't know. This is another one of those moments where you look at this and you say to yourself, because Elon, like you're saying, this is where everybody looks at it and says, oh man, Pettis has to catch this. And you're totally right. Like, to your exact point, Elon, go or get that for your quarterback. Now, within that sentence, you have already admitted that it's not an easy catch, right? Pettis is relatively small. I think the biggest problem Pettis has is that I think he actually lines up wrong. All right, so give me just a minute. I need to go, or I will be right back.
Having a 5-week-old really teaches you things. But so anyways, the big problem I have here isn't, I'm going to sound like such a homer, right? But in this case, I like where Fields puts the ball. Fields puts the ball on right about there, right? So it's away from both defenders. If in fact, like when we take a look at this, you like noting that each defender is here and the fact that Pettis settles here, I would sooner call Pettis wrong because, like, I think that when you're a quarterback, your main job is to put the ball away from the receivers. Like you're saying, Spectre, if he was going to try to get this thing down at all, you risk putting it in the hands of this guy. Thank you so much, Mr. Myrtle. So Pettis, to me, settles a little too far towards the numbers. So when the throw hits him over his head, I don't feel that bad because the throw looks like it's where it should be to me. Bummer it's not caught. But again, taking a look at it, you've got Fields recognizing a cover 2 or like a cover 2 to cover 3 shift, recognizing that this, which is the route he wants first, isn't there, and finding the route he wants second well on time with a well enough placed throw. Had Pettis caught this, which is very possible, right? Yeah, Pop, we did. It's a bad throw. Like, this is the moment, or like this would have been awesome. And it's a huge throw on third down. Like I agree with you, Reinhardt. Like, it's not like Fields does the right thing. And also Kyle, you're exactly right. Had he caught this, it's a big play on tape, but it is holding on Sam Mustipher. They flagged this. So it would have come back either way. Man, you look at this, like the tight angle does Pettis no favors. Because you want him to catch this. Unobstructed, like, uncontested, hits in the hands. What a bummer. The former second-round pick can't haul that in. But it's flagged all the same. So, at this point, like, he barely even looks at it. It's partially because, Elon, you got to remember he's falling backwards. Like, if it does help make you feel better, he's extended backwards. But all the same. And yes, Jarrell, there was at that point a flag. But so, moving on, it is now 21-3. And if you are like me, because most Bears fans are, I'm not that special. Gracious, we're sad, right? Like the Vikings look like they're tearing the Bears apart. But no, it gets better. It does get better, and it gets better because of this. So. Fields, I don't think he checks into it. They go gun empty again, right? Empty protection. They get the same look that they had last time. Fields says, this time, I'm going to hit it. Akusai, I would need to find it, but we can do that. I will do that for you, right? So we've got smash concept on each side. We've got slot fades. Again, I don't know where I did laugh, Reinhardt. I actually straight up laughed. But so... Mooney gives him the signal. They know they're going for it. This is the sweet catch. And I mean, it's awesome. Like, check this thing out. It's a sweet catch. We need to talk about it a little bit, but let's at first just admire it for being a sweet catch, right? That's awesome. This is so cool. Elon, I'm not surprised Akusai's right. So I right now lately have been getting the tape in offense and defense. Like, it just goes straight through. But I need to, like, if we're going to see it, I'm going to have to go back and find the actual all 22. But, like, ooh, this is nice. Like, boom, single palm, fully outstretched, reels it in. Got to love it. So, anyways, now let's take a look at the actual adjustment. Because the weird part about this play is I'm not 100% certain that Mooney needed to stop. Let's take a look at where Mooney's going, right? So Mooney sure makes this ball look like an underthrow, right? But Mooney's the one who on a slot fade. So once Mooney has hit the point where he and his defender are basically parallel, most quarterbacks that I have seen put the ball on the other side, like this side of their receiver. They put it into this bucket, you know? And Mooney stays in
Like he sticks to this side because you're going to see him chop his feet right here and push inside, and surprise, the ball lands well outside of where he anticipated it, right? Like, James, it's not that you're going towards the, like you're saying, it is aimed towards the pylon, but based on the way Fields throws it and the way that Mooney adjusts to it, I have no idea, just calling a spade here, that if Mooney had turned his head right here, right? Had he turned his head and like gone over that shoulder, would the ball have basically landed right over his shoulder? I don't know. But that's definitely not the direction Mooney chooses to go. Now, he slows his feet up right here. The defender kind of pushes him. He pushes off the defender just a little bit, and he ends up further away from the ball than he'd like to be. It's still an amazing catch. What I'm basically asking, BLS, you know Pettis doesn't catch that. The point is, did Mooney make an incredibly acrobatic catch off of a catch that could have been much easier? I don't know. But it's a sweet catch nevertheless, because I don't actually know if the throw's that inaccurate. That's really, I think, the goal I'm trying to really talk out here is the throw inaccurate? I don't know, but it's a sweet play. And hey, part of being a quarterback is putting the ball in the area code of a receiver that can go make a play on it. That's what Fields does here. The guy goes and gets it. Like, that's the goal. And he being Fields does a nice little job of, it's not much, but he drifts in the pocket just a little bit. It's always nice to see that Fields can move in the pocket at all. Lets the ball go. You can really see the stop here, right? Where Mooney is headed out towards the sidelines, and then he stops in right there. Then he leaps back, and then he barely has it right there. Part of me even wonders, just spade a spade here, had Mooney just kept going that way, would the ball have landed in his breadbasket? Like, hey, again, I don't know. But it sure kind of seems like it, the way or where the ball is moving. Like you're saying, Khalid, I think Mooney actually misjudged the ball. Like, where I think where the ball is, he expected it to fall closer to down there or where he parks himself. But I think it's a sweet throw. The more that I look at it, and trust me, I would tell you if I thought it was way off. What do we got here? Thank you so much, Mr. Myrtle. Yeah, we're trying, right? Got to get that way. But so I think it's a good ball, and I think Mooney doesn't adjust to it well, but that doesn't mean that we can't just soak in the beauty of this, right? X, thank you so much for jumping on. Always great to see you. Is that G Ekholm, or Glenn Ekholm that just subscribed? Thank you. But so, yeah, Mooney did the thing where you're playing like MLB The Show 2013 and you just really want to hit that right trigger catch. So you let a foul ball or like a pop ball just like sit down and then you dive at it anyways so that they can show your my player on the highlight reel, right? It's a sweet throw that you made look harder, but I will say this, right? Like, the Bears end up scoring on this drive, but like you said, Reinhardt, this does beg the question, as well as the last play, of like how on the same page are like Mooney and Fields, because there are some of these moments where as they grow, I expect them to get better, but hot dang, this makes it look like this is a touchdown if Mooney just follows it appropriately. Instead, sweet play, big gain, but not a touchdown. Oh well, right? O-line holds up, the Bears hand it off on the next play, and Borum just gets whacked, right? I mean, what's new? But in this case, 94 is just going to blow Borum up. There's really no good way, because once Jenkins tries to pass him off, kudos to a good DT. These things are tough, right? But when a DT can make a play like this, your defense is going to make some plays, but 94 basically battering rams the running back with Borum. Adam Tatlock, always great to see a new subscriber. Thanks so much for jumping on in. But so one running back, 3 wide receiver, and a tight end is a nice little package, but the Bears don't get much out of it. Now it's 2nd and 8, and then there's just nothing here, right? So This was a play when I saw it live that I thought certainly there's no way Fields just ran out of a clean pocket, found nobody open. Man, this is going to be another one of those, just like the Giants game, where I have to cover Fields running out of a perfectly clean pocket for no good reason, and I was ready to be mad, right? And then you watch it again, ISM is going to run a post, and Harrison Smith is going to sit right underneath it. It's never open. Right? Then Fields is going to look back. He's going to see double stick with a post route on it. And you're going to see this linebacker pinch in, this corner pinch in, and this corner sit on top of them, as well as the safety sitting over the top. When you look at this, he's not open. He's not open. Like, unless you threw just like the most dynamite low ball, maybe it's open for an actual split second right there. But by the time Mooney starts moving, it's definitely not. Then you've got pressure once you get to that stage. So Fields moves a little bit. Look at that. He resets on his pocket, right? So he resets in the pocket. Then he gets out because there's just nothing there. And I will ask, because I think Reinhardt's mentioning it, and Mr. Myrtle, I think you're right too. Had this guy not gotten up and deflected it, does 9 pick it off? Because it sure might. I don't know where he was planning on throwing this ball, but he might have caught in a break. All the same, nothing's open, and I'm not upset about this one in any capacity when it comes to what Fields did. Now, Jones kind of getting owned by Zadarian Smith. What's new, right? I think, Pop, while I hear you on short pass being open, Fields' arm angle is just not that kind of arm, and Eric Kendricks is sitting right underneath where his receiver's trying to move to. So I don't know. Jacob asks, what about Mooney in the end zone? Do you mean all the way across the field? Is that the Mooney you're talking about? Or do you mean this Mooney or that Mooney? Because you might not have seen it. But if you're talking about a throw all the way across with Fields moving this way, I don't think that's particularly realistic. Let's see, ESB in the middle. Are you talking about this throw right there? I mean, certainly that's not a bad option, but if you throw it wrong or you try to lead him at all, you risk this linebacker jumping up and taking it in. I do think center might be 50-50. The ILB might tip it, and as we saw from last week's game, we saw this in the Texans game, a tipped ball in the end zone is an interception very often. Those throws are just dangerous. And Fields, hey, credit to him, he's been conservative with the football. Fields really doesn't try to put the ball in harm's way, as we've seen with 2 straight games without an interception. So then the Bears run the ball, which I thought was ridiculous until I actually saw this on the All-22, right? Where, take a look at who this is. We've got Zadarius Smith playing defensive tackle, right? We've got another defensive tackle that's complete, he's sitting in an edge spot. We've got an edge rusher out here in the wide 9. We've got another one out here in the wide 9. And you've got an edge rusher sitting in defensive tackle, right? Nobody up the middle. So credit to the Bears. They're going to run a basic zone read where Fields has the keeper option, and Fields is just going to freeze 58. Mustafa is going to hop out and block 54. 62 and 70 are just going to have the easiest time ever, hopping up and locking down the guys in front of them. I mean, this is the perfect run look. And like you're saying, John, red zone's tough, right? Red zone, you normally have to have players that are better than the players across from you. But look at how easy this is. Jenkins is going to take a guy who's pass rushing and just lock him down. Mustafa gets out and handles a free backer. And the first time that Montgomery gets relevantly touched, because I don't think this does much to somebody like David Montgomery, is by the safety. And he's got a first down right there. The fact that Montgomery finishes into the end zone is sweet. Don't get me wrong. But you got to credit the play call when an offensive coordinator is able to, remember, line to gains over here. David Montgomery goes and gets this first down at this stage. Boom. Even if he took a big hit there, he still would have gotten the line to gain at the 1.5, and then the Bears would have had 4 more downs to get the thing in the end zone. It's a nice play call, and I can't believe I'm really saying that,
because it looks like bad defense because the defense is in the wrong formation. So remember, that's not a defensive tackle. They're set up to rush the passer. And so at this point, you wash everybody down. You get your center out there. You freeze him. Like, again, you can watch in slow motion. But as Fields holds that, the linebacker just waits, right? And then, like you're saying, Myrtle, ESB hops on out, goes and gets his guy. It's good. Really solid. And then, hooray, the Bears have gotten their first touchdown of the game. The Bears are scoring a lot more than they did in the Nagy years, which is awfully fun. But so, is that called NASCAR? Where do you come with that, Ryan? I think at this point it's just, what should we call it? Like a zone read. But so, Rob, what do I think Robbie Anderson goes for? Should the Bears be making the call, at least to avoid the wide receiver free agent hellhole? Let's talk about that later. But so, let's talk about that at the end. But we got a little bit. Let's see. Still not 30 yet? No, not at all. But so, let's see. Then, this one, kind of sad. Mostly because I think that this run does a lot of things right, and then Lucas Patrick can't quite fulfill his end, and Montgomery gets tackled for a gain of only 3, right? There's like Braxton Jones is going to pin 99 really wonderfully, and Lucas Patrick is going to try to then take him over. Patrick can't specifically take him over, and the Bears don't get much out of it. Had they gotten 99 on this, Montgomery handles 54 pretty well. Like, Patrick is the one who kind of loses the block because he can't get 99 anywhere. I mean, anywhere. 99 is the only one who's explicitly supposed to get blocked on this play. Like everybody else, yeah, it's great. Most of them are icing blocks. This is your only cake block, so to speak, and 99 still fights through it and makes the play. Give some credit to Danielle Hunter. He's a guy. And he's a guy that goes and makes plays. Defenders are paid to make plays too. But man, what a bummer that your only free agent offensive lineman has a rough day like this against a divisional opponent. If you care about wins and losses, and at the very least we know the coaches do, or none of this evaluation would make any sense, right? So, this is the same disguise we're going to see earlier, right? Where you've got a safety ready to rotate into the middle of the field, and you've got Harrison Smith pushed way up. If there's anything Harrison Smith is good at, it's running disguises. So he backs off, and the Vikings are in, you guessed it, the same cover 3 look that they were in earlier, where you've got Patrick Peterson playing cover 3 here. You've got 24 playing the deep safety role. You've got Harrison Smith playing the side or like the backside safety role, and Harrison Smith is going to get drawn off by Darnell Mooney, and Fields is going to make a sweet throw on like a blaze out kind of thing. But I want to really take you through his eyes. Everybody keeps talking about his eyes, and it's right. Because what Fields is going to do is he's going to take a quick look at Smith. If Smith doesn't move or Smith heads out this way, which would be normal for cover 2, because remember, this looks like cover 2. Then Mooney's open. It's the same read he made last time on that 3rd and 7. And if Smith picks Mooney up, they're in cover 3, and he needs to look for that out route that he ultimately finds. So Fields is going to move his eyes from Smith to the center safety, and then snap his eyes outside and place a really nice throw to Equinemius St. Brown, who we've just got to shout out. Is it St. Brown or is it Pettis on this? But boom, he catches it. And you gotta laugh whenever, it's Pettis, isn't? No, it's St. Brown. Okay, thank goodness, because I'd feel worse if it was Pettis. But the unnecessary jump is always a thing. But watch Fields' eyes. Play action fake, looking at Smith, snap inside to the center fielder, pass outside immediately. No hesitation. I love the simplicity of plants his foot and throws because he knows his eyes. Or like he knows he's open because he's reading the defense well. I honestly think ESB looks okay, Reinhardt. Like, I'm okay with it. I just always think it's funny when NFL receivers do this thing where they jump for no real reason. I mean, it really must make him feel more stable. But it's just kind of goofy. Looking at the line, did anything go wrong on this one? I didn't have anything in my notes. Honestly, Mustafa, doing not so bad.
This is a pretty long rep for an offensive lineman. Let's see. Like, we got 1 Mississippi. 2. Oh, that's not Mustafa. That's Patrick. That's an okay rep. But it works. Let's see. Jenkins pancake? Ooh, did he? Braxton has Hunter on an island, and he does what's called jump setting. And this is something that I actually think works pretty well, a lot. It kind of looks like a run block, so you'll catch an edge defender not actually trying to get to the quarterback, and he doesn't make a play on it, right? Also possible that he was trying to play contain. He got help, but he didn't necessarily need help. Jenkins with a sweet little pancake block on this one, where he wrangles his guy and puts him into the dirt. Just grabs, controls, puts him down. But the throw, chef's kiss, is nice. Right? And there, the Bears have another first down. Awfully neat on 2nd and 7. So now 1st and 10. And I hate this play. Getsy's a first-time play caller. Getsy's a first-time offensive designer. And this play sucks. Throw this one out. This is your Nagy moment. Where do we get the Nagy emotes? Because this is our Nagy moment of the game, where I don't know why the Bears thought that leaving 55 unblocked on a toss play would at any point fake the edge rusher out. Right? So watch this play. You see. The whole offensive line is going to step to the right, which might be helpful, right? But yeah, we do need the Nagy moment. That's a graphic that totally works. It's kind of phrased like it's a counter toss, but seriously, because Fields tosses it there, like the mechanics of the toss. And I agree with you, Reinhardt, that if he gets that one guy to miss, it's a long run, but the edge rusher has to watch the quarterback, and the quarterback, so normally when a quarterback goes back for like a stretch handoff, right? Something like that, and the quarterback has the option to roll back. What really makes the magic happen is that process of getting to the mesh point, the handoff, takes like 2 or 3 seconds, and the edge rusher just has to surf before ultimately committing. And ideally, they've surfed for so long that by the time the back takes it, they go. Now, new poster, you mentioned, does Fields turn the wrong way? I don't think so, if only because this sift block and him would have bumped into each other had they gone the other way, right? But because of the toss, Zadarius Smith knows Montgomery has the ball almost immediately. I don't even know if they did this one in practice, right? Like, this is that 2020 Foles Allen Robinson thing where it's like, did they ever practice this? Because had they ever practiced this, even Trevis Gibson would have made this play, which is not to be, down on Trevis Gibson. It's just, that's a natural read. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Love to see it. I agree with you, Reinhardt. Like, you could try that off of orbit motion. You could do some kind of yo-yo thing. There are a lot of things you could do, but from a blocking perspective, I don't know how they thought that one would work. So this puts the quarterback in a 2nd and 16, right? And this is a play that I don't know. I'm really conflicted. So Tim Jenkins did not like this one. I'll show you in a little bit. I like showing you the play, and then we'll go over it. It takes a little while, but I'll take it, right? Because we get a nice detailed one. So Fields' first read, he takes a look at this. He thinks to himself, hey, I might have another cover 2 shot in front of me. Or at least he might think to himself, hey, eventually we're going to get them in actual cover 2. And if they are in cover 2 here, this honey hole, as it's called, is open all the time. That's where you'd want to go. Plus, Fields really likes Darnell Mooney. I mean, he does look at Darnell Mooney all the time. And on the backside of this play, you're going to have Kmet running a corner route. You're going to have Pettis, I think it is. No, it's ESB running a slant. And I can't remember. That's Griffin. That's not Kmet. I can't remember what Kmet does. He's going to run another post. So you've got the post corner combination to split a cover 3 safety, right? And you've got a slot fade to catch cover 2. This is the way a lot of really good plays are built. This is your C2-1, and then this is your C3. So if the Vikings run cover 3, you throw it to there. If they run cover 2, you throw it to there, right? Most plays will try to have both options built in. And Fields sees that the cover 2 shot isn't open. He sees it right there, right? Then he spins and he takes a cursory look at the corner, right? He doesn't sit it though. Like it doesn't look like he actually thinks all that hard about it. And that's a real shame because I don't think this safety is in phenomenal position to drive on it. And this corner sure isn't. This comes open right there. He throws that outside. That safety's never getting there. But at this point, he's already felt pressure and he gets flushed out of the pocket, right? Now, do we need him to be the ultra strong pocket quarterback that makes this throw? Right? Maybe. I also find myself wondering whether whether Fields' thought was take a look at this defender. If he follows him inside, check it down. And if he sits down on this, check it inside. But then I think he just did what a lot of quarterbacks do, or what Fields in particular is going to do a lot, right? Where he says to himself, you know what? Screw it. I'm Justin Fields. I'm fast. I'll go make a play. And you know what? He's not wrong. Like, if Fields' check down, so to speak, is his legs, his check down picked him 6 yards, right? And so it's not a horrible play. Like, Fields beats a linebacker in the open field, which is wild, right? And then gets upfield, spins out, doesn't take a hit at all, and picks up a very key 6 yards, as we'll see on the next play. But all the same, do we want him to basically give this look, like all of the looks on the field, more of a thought? Probably, but I see a lot of evidence within this game of Fields getting more confident, getting closer. Like somebody said earlier, starting to tick 2 out of 3 boxes or 3 out of 3 boxes as he moves on. But so within that, this play doesn't infuriate me like a lot of the things on the Texans, but it's definitely one that you look at and you think to yourself, okay, maybe we could have gotten more off of that, but hey, I'll take the 6 yards. Just don't try not to get lit up by anybody on Washington, right? But now it's 3rd and 10. Okay, so the 6 yards helps you get back into your 10-yard playbook. What are you going to do about it? You're going to throw a very, very, very open ball to Kmet. And I feel like Fields does this one exactly like you want him to. I mean, if you are looking for mental progress from Fields, Fields is going to take a look early in the snap. He's going to see, or like early in the play, he sees that the Vikings have everybody mugged up on the line of scrimmage. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys on the line of scrimmage with somebody sitting right there. So that means you've got, since you know Kmet is coming out and he's just going to sit in his hook, right? But Fields takes a look. He's watching Harrison Smith. He's watching these safeties right there. And once he sees Smith bailing out, he's like, oh yeah, Kmet's open. So he checks 54. It looked to me like he did that earlier a little bit too. But once he sees Smith bail, he knows Kmet's probably going to be his guy. I think he gives 54 a quick glance with his eyes, but he certainly doesn't move his helmet. And, humans aren't robots. They can check in their peripherals. But it's a very easy, wide open strike, hit right on time. Now, one thing that you'll see all the time, because we're seeing it a lot, is Fields is waiting to see when these guys break. I think that's as much a confidence thing as anything. Like, that's as much Fields is not sure that they're going to break on the landmark that they practiced. So he'd rather wait and see. And on a play like this, you'll take it. Because while it would be awesome for Fields to look like Drew Brees, the Drew Brees that we remember was in year 8 of his offense, and he knew exactly where guys were going to be. Within this, he sees a wide open spot of the field. He knows Kmet's running into it. He knows he has time to wait for him, and he throws a really nice ball that gives Danielle Hunter absolutely no chance whatsoever. The line does a solid job, maybe not spectacular, but solid, as Zadarius Smith is going to be rushing right there, but Tevin Jenkins is able to hold him off, and the Bears pick up another first down. Fields is starting to convert first downs with his feet, and he's converting his field, he's starting to convert first downs with his feet and with his arm, which is, I think, all we can look for. Now, I don't know what Darnell Mooney does on this play, which I think is kind of hilarious. right? This is a basic run up the right-hand side, but Mooney comes across the field, and check this out. Mooney is going to consider sift blocking the edge. Instead, he does not sift block the edge, and the edge makes the play. At least he slows down the runner before ultimately Herbert hammers into the linebacker. Now, maybe there's a chance that they didn't want a guy who's 180 pounds wet putting his shoulders down or putting his shoulder down or risking a potential illegal cut block. That's always possible. Still a 5-yard run, but it was kind of a funny one looking at it where I was like, okay, normally you block there or do something. But yeah, exactly, Reinhardt. And unfortunately for Mooney, he gets owned later in the game too, just on a physical play. But that's coming up. So then on 2nd and 5, I think this play rules. So this is a wide open blitz that Fields spins right out of and turns it into 5 yards. I want to back it up one more time just so that we can watch this one live, because Fields is fast. And I think the All-22 makes him look fast, like shoo, and then just takes off and jets up the field. That is a quick 10 yards. Now, what did he do? How did he do it? Because when you actually take a look at this, I think this shows growth by Fields. So they know that the tight end, Cole Kmet, is leaving on this play. They see, let's number the box. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys in the box, right? So that means that you need, with the guys that you have left, to account for everybody. So how many blockers do we have? We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, we've got 4, we've got 5, we've got 6, we've got 7. So that means Fields needs to get 1 of these guys, right? And I don't know how they called their protection. Like, I can't say exactly who they said as the mic or exactly who they had matched up to who, right? But what I can tell you is that when you watch this mesh point, you can see Fields check his guy because Fields' hot route is making this play. I can't believe the Bears signed off on this, but if you actually watch the routes in the backfield, you're going to see that nobody's running a short route. So when this blitz comes, right, we're going to see mesh point, check Fields snapping his eyes out sideways, right? Let me show you from the back end. It's easier to see that way. Fields sees it and snaps his head straight to the middle of the field where he sees the rusher coming. And Fields does a really good job within these moments. He's primed his spin already. Like, he already knows what he's going to do. He's just making sure he doesn't pull the trigger too early, right? So within that, hang on, Elon, you still here? Do you want to take it? Do you want me to? Let's see. Get out of here. Be gone. But so, anyways, Fields tees up the rusher, spins out of trouble, and goes and makes the play. I mean, at that point, he draws 58. 58 can't do anything to take the first down away from him. You got to love it. Honestly, you do. Because when you've got the ability to get out of a jam within a blitz like this, it just backs defenses off. Nobody's actually there in the world of blitz beaters. Nobody's specific when it comes to nobody's a hot route. This is the way that Fields is supposed to get out of a jam, and he does a great job of it because when you bring a blitz, you got less men out playing coverage. When you've got less men out playing coverage, there's more space to run, and he just goes. Yeah, my mama, it must be Packers fans. It's gotta be. But so then at that stage, now we're a little further in the drive. We got 1st and 10, right? And within this play, let me see, which one was it? Oh, yeah. This is the Velus touchdown. Boom. So what happened here? The answer's simpler than it sounds. Let's see. You would like to beat the blitz of the throw. Not sure you would. You totally would, but you need a blitz beating route there. You need somebody running hot, right? And the Bears didn't have a hot there. The Bears had, if you get blitzed by a free rusher, go make a play.
Let's see, how long does he have until he gets killed when trying the spin move? It depends, but lately he's been getting way more with it than he's been taken away. So I'm still stunned at this stage that the Vikings didn't see this coming. It literally looks like his guy does. He holds his hand up, right? And says, okay, hang on. Like, we know this. 39's like, yeah, we know what's coming. We know what's coming, right? We do know what's coming, don't we? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. But credit to him. Like, not only does this count as a Fields, touchdown pass, which is always funny. Cole Kmet does a great job of riding Zadarius Smith out of this play. I think Montgomery is an awesome change of pace fullback. And by that, I mean Montgomery's exceptional within these scenarios because he's a really solid blocker where you line up in 11 personnel, right? And he runs out and goes and does a block, And so the offense can't account for that, or the defense can't account for that the same way that they can for Blasingame, where it's very obvious what 35 is going to do on the field. But 32, I mean, he could be staying into block. He could be running out. He could be running this way. He could be running some kind of a wheel. In this case, I can't believe that with Velas's limited number of snaps, they didn't see, exactly, Haplo. They didn't see Jones catching a sweep coming, but you got to give Kmet credit. You got to give ESB credit. You got to give Montgomery credit. And then, hey, Velas has to win a foot race against this guy who's a full half of the hashes across the field, and he just beats him there anyways. Freezes him just a little bit, but then Montgomery hits his mark. Velas cuts it up the field, takes a punch, and jumps on in. And yeah, CV, this is Fields' touchdown pass of the game. But so he had one. It was right here. Velas looks quick. I'll tell you what. Just like I said on that video, once he develops some decent deep routes, which he's got some decent deep routes, or he can play that slot zone that I think he's good in, I do think he and Fields can make some noise. But it's hilarious that he got that, he scored, and thanks, you're done. Now, you tell me what you think went wrong on the 2-point conversion, because I know I have my answer, and it is Dante Pettis. I hate the fact that Pettis had such a bad game. I actually don't like it at all when players play so badly that they become almost scapegoaty. But Pettis at no point lines up. He gives his corner no reason to believe that at any point he's not going to be catching this screen, because slow motioning, he walks forward, he's staring at the quarterback, 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 and I mean, the guy figured it out. Now, like Sean and Reinhardt said, why is he so wide? Why didn't he come in anymore? I don't know. I think it's bad spacing by Pettis. I think he does a bad job because, frankly, with where the Bears were, this play was going nowhere fast. This linebacker does a great job of getting over to where he was sandwiched between one defender and another, and there was just nowhere to go. It's not a play that worked out for them. But, yeah, exactly, BLS. It's not like we want to necessarily make sure anybody's even, that bad. And the DB, like you're saying, Akuzai, was early because he knew so clearly what was coming that he had no issue with it. But Fields gets a ball out on time, which isn't that horrible. Right? Yeah, exactly, John. The QB wasn't staring his guy down. the receiver was staring down the quarterback instead. But all the same, it's an easy sniff out for the Vikings, and it's 16-21. And can I say, I love this. It's basic math, right? Where because not sure I agree that you're not going to love the call on the goal line. I mean, what fan, just to be real honest, not sure, what fan likes any play call that doesn't score? But mathematically speaking, Jeff, you can't say no yawning on the live stream at 10 p.m. I already had a second cup of coffee. It's how it goes in this house. I have a 5-week-old, but I'm doing my best. Yeah, exactly, Akusai. Score a touchdown? Hey, I love the play call. Doesn't score a touchdown? I think that play call could do a little more. But so Bears score a touchdown. They're at 16-21. You add 2 to this, you get 18-21. That's great, right? If you don't add 2 to this, you add 1 to it. That gets you 17. And let me ask you this. What's the point, right? Like, how does 17 to 21 help you? What state? Yeah, exactly, Myrtle. I want to make sure we're all doing basic addition. Like, at what state does a 4-point lead make your team better, right? And it's funny you mentioned that, Akusai. Like, 1 point would have made a huge difference for final drive. I mean, like, maybe. But I imagine the Vikings would have. I guess I don't know now that you mention it. But anyways, the 1 point is helpful for sure, because we would have only been down 6. I guess you bring up a good point there. But I really don't mind going for 2 in these scenarios, because once you get to 18 to 21, you know that you just need a field goal to tie. And if you don't get to 18, okay, so now you're at 16 instead. Oh, that did not work. If it's 16 to 21, whatever. You still need a touchdown to get up. But so, like, I agree with you, Mr. Myrtle. Like, you don't know until you know. And I love the onside kick. Bears were dang close to getting that thing back, which I'm cool with. I'll take the 2-point go every time in that setting. So now we've got the next drive after that one. And everybody close your eyes. Okay, so we're going to battle through it. So, 1st and 10. We're going to run the ball. And we're okay. Like, Montgomery in particular is doing a really good job, I think, of setting his blocks up. Check this out, where he hesitates here really nicely, which keeps the linebacker on this side of the field while running G leads. And MJ Baggett, I believe you. Yeah, I know what you mean about the 2 beers. It's an automatic nap. The 10 p.m. cup of coffee would help me more if I wasn't going to go to bed. I mean, I don't know when I'll go to bed. But so, anyways, I think that Montgomery does a really, really good job of setting his block up, because G lead's going to come around. They're going to hit right there. Boom. And Montgomery squeezes this run into a 6-yard gainer. These are the little things, right? When you are trying to play winning football, these runs are huge, because 2nd and 4 gives you a lot of options, right? Let's see. John, tinfoil hat of the week. Poles took Eberflus to the side and said, use analytics. I think you're probably right, John. And if that happened, I like the fact that both Poles did that and that Eberflus went ahead with it. I do get the impression that the Bears are trying stuff, right? Whether it's onside kicks, whether it's running the gun, right? The empty gun, and a lot of it. I think the Bears are doing a ton of stuff where they're kind of giving things a shot. So then on this play, the Bears stretch into wide zone, and I mean, gracious alive, right? Like, normally we're pointing out 67, but it's just Patrick, and then Patrick again, and then Patrick again, and then Patrick again. In this case, he gets ripped all the way up the field. 94 almost makes the tackle, and by the time Montgomery finally gets away from him, yikes, like, oof. Jones can't necessarily stay with Danielle Hunter, which, like, bummer, with 58 right there behind him, but not a great run. And it definitely doesn't help anything that your number 1 free agent signing, like, ooh, that hurt. Is this the defense? I mean, like, it may be, Reinhardt. Like, you're saying the defense making a play. I'm always down to say that the defense made a play, but this is the definition of getting owned. Oh, no. I see where you're going for it. You're going SpongeBob meme. That is something I need to borrow. That's hilarious. That just works too well. Let's see here. We just got another little ding. Bucket stats. Yeah, Q, always great seeing you. I also am happy that the Bears are trying. But now we got 3rd and 6. The Bears put Fields in a ton of 3rd and situations. Obviously, a lot of defenses are going to force 3rd down all the time. But can we just say it was fun development tape continuing to watch Fields end up in 3rd and? Because it means that we got plays like this. This isn't even necessarily Fields. This is Mooney reminding you, ooh, I can kind of be that guy, can't I? Take a look at this again. So
I think it was Pop who's in our chat right now, where he mentioned, I want the Bears to run more pick plays. Funny he should mention that, because the Bears feint a pick play right here with Equanimeous St. Brown that looks all the way across that it's going to be a crosser, right? And then Mooney snags it back out that way, and this defensive back just never had a chance. CV, you will, if you wind it back, you can see the end zone shot. I'm sorry I can't take you there. But so Mooney is so smooth in and out of this break. When Mooney is running these kinds of routes that involve change of direction, oh man, like he just needs 2 plants to the feet. Like boom, boom, going the other way. That is nice. Oh, that is nice. Like that is nice. Let me see. Did you say you wanted to see, the snap from the end zone? Wait, I see everybody saying it's the same pass that Pettis dropped. Let me see. That right there? I don't know. If only because Pettis dropped one that was a little lower and a little further back. Now, that's just critiquing, right? But Mooney does a great job selling the route the whole way, because this looks like he's playing off the pick all the way through. Like, it catches this poor corner toast. But these plays are fun. You could build on these plays, because now you could just run the normal pick play on 3rd and 4. Like, once you get this one going, you can get the real thing going. It's like how play action opens your running game, and your running game opens play action, right? They are feedback all the way through. Line does a good job on this. Watching Braxton Jones. What's up, Blind Squirrel? Watching Braxton Jones against Zadarius Smith is awfully nice. Zadarius is definitely not a bad rusher, that's for sure. But Mooney's able to convert a first down and make it look easy. So, I love this play, I think. Yes, this play is sweet. This is one of my favorites, and it gets called back off of a holding. I'm not even 100% sure where the holding is. Oh, it's Jenkins. Yeah, I know where it is. But I want to go over this one because this play rules, right? So here's what's going on, okay? The Bears have a 2-route combo. You could thank Green Bay for this, where Green Bay does this a lot, where they'll line up in a clear run formation. Getsy loves his fakes. He loves having a formation that's going to hard sell one thing so that he can do something else, right? It doesn't always work, like we saw with the Aaron Rodgers fake where Fields got sacked. Like, sometimes Fields will lean into the fake, and it will, like, and when he does, it'll get the offense punished. But in this case, I mean, you guys remember when Aaron Rodgers had Jake Kumaro come open on a 1-route play call, but it might have been a 2-route play call. This is basically the same thing, where you're going to have ISM running a post and Darnell Mooney running a fade, and that is it. These are the only 2 routes that are in the field. So if it's cover 3, right, you really don't have an option. I mean, if the Vikings rotate to the cover 3 that we've seen them rotate to, especially if these linebackers come up and cover the middle like they're intended, then there is not going to be anything there. Like, not open. And that's exactly what happens, right? So Mooney is going to run, and his corner's going to run right with him because they're in cover 3. And this linebacker is roboting, so he's going to find him. 58 sitting in the lane. There's just nothing there, right? Fields is at the top of his drop. He sees Harrison Smith bailing. He sees Darnell Mooney bailing. But what he also sees is a lot of green grass, right? So what does he do? Well, if he just takes off and runs, right, 58 is going to clamp him down. He's going to take a hit. He's going to get like 5 yards. So instead, Fields steps up in the pocket, loads like he's going to throw, and then takes off. I want to point out what it does to the linebacker, right? So here he is at the top of his drop, right? Linebacker is at the 45, or 35. So Fields steps up in the pocket and loads. By the time he does that, linebacker's dropped 3 more yards. Then, when he leaves, linebacker finally replaces his feet at the 29-yard line. So he moved him from there to there. And because of that, Fields has a lot of room to make a move and just beat him all the way for a first down. This is using your toolkit. Like, you want to talk about when understanding that you have a big arm that's worth respecting, and you have really quick feet that you can make plays with, this is like the dream. This is the magic. This is the kind of play that I think Chicago fans should be incredibly excited about, because when you hit this right here, like the back of your drop. So I hear you, Reinhardt, but you're talking about ISM. 39 is sitting right under the route. You've got another linebacker roboting in the area. I think it only looks open because when he stretches out this way, you get the linebacker overcommitting, and now ISM looks open. But at that point, Fields already has the ball in his other hand. Like, that's one where if you want him to try ISM, that means you want Fields to learn how to do the Russell Wilson scramble, where he scrambles with his hands in a passing position and looks to literally get somebody running towards him and then pass over the top. Let's consider that level 2. This is level 1, in my opinion, because then, the way Fields sets this play up, he does a really good job creating something out of not necessarily anything. Zai, I hear you. If he's consistently doing this by the end of the season, I'll take it. Yeah, Reinhardt, he's got the ball in like a running position at this point. So he established himself as a runner and had already made the decision. But like you're saying, I mean, there's a world especially where once he steps through, he could still pass this. But I think, because what happens here is Jenkins gets tagged for a hold and he earns it, right? Jenkins gets beat by 94 right here, where 94 does a great job getting on the other side, and 94 might have even made a play had Jenkins not held him. But once 94 starts reaching his hand out, he, at that point, I think Fields decided, I'm just going to protect the football. I don't blame him. But let me see, just to be sure, Mr. Myrtle. And like you're saying, blind squirrel, his mind is setting, his feet are following. So you mentioned blocking with one hand. Okay, so this is actually pretty common, Myrtle. This is an assist block. So most of the time, in this case, you've got Zadarius Smith and Braxton Jones on an island, right? You've got, let me see. Reinhardt, I will get to that in a second. I just read your comment. But so Braxton has Zadarius Smith on an island. And what's going on here, Myrtle, is that Lucas Patrick is leaving 97 for Mustafa, but he's assisting him so that he's keeping a hand on him so that he can feel him just in case Sam completely loses the block. Because it's possible, right? But he wants his eyes watching Smith so that if Smith stabs outside and cuts inside, he can pop off and create a wall here so that they make sure Zadarius Smith is contained, right? But he can't obviously stare at two guys at the same time, right? So at that point, exactly, Akusai. So he's got his hand on the inside man so that he can feel how the rush is going. Because obviously if that guy doesn't move much, you're good. And you could see here that 97 catches him all the same. Or like Patrick catches 97 on his shoulder with legitimately solid footwork here, which works out well. So Reinhardt mentioned, although I think Nate Tice has his Fields bias, he made a good point that maybe on his throws, Fields is worried about making sure he does the process correct, then play fast. I agree. I think that there's a lot of this where Fields right now is playing, you bet, Elon, I can do that. I think that right now Fields is really concerned with trying to play correctly. I personally think that if there's anybody that's concerned about simultaneously trying to balance the fact that Fields' legs are a real weapon, but also that Fields is a quarterback and a quarterback first, it's Justin. Like, I don't think he's holding onto the ball on accident. I don't think he's not ripping the ball into tight windows on accident. I think Fields is trying to play too perfect in some cases, and he's starting to get comfortable. He's starting to say, okay, you know what? I'm just going to run it, and we're going to see what happens. He's starting to open up windows, manipulate defenders. It's not all perfect, and like you're saying, Reinhardt, I mean, like, I love Nate Tice. I think Nate Tice, just like any other analyst, is so smart on so many of the things that he's really smart on. Both JT O'Sullivan, who I think is better about it than Nate is, and Nate are very biased towards Justin Fields. Like, I am even pretty biased towards Justin Fields. I try to be as down the middle as you can, because when Fields has a terrible game like the Texans game, I really try to make it clear that he played really badly, because I know a game like this is going to come up where I just about tell you that Fields was, I mean, not perfect, but very, very good. Like, especially as we continue into the game. But Nate in particular, love him. Really good analyst. Awesome. Easy to listen to. Knows more about football than I will ever. He's a huge fan of Justin Fields, to the point where it does feel a little bit more like, okay, I'm waiting for Fields to do the thing good so that I can tell you how good he's always been, if that makes sense. And we'll get there soon. Like, I personally, let me say it this way. I believe in Fields enough that I don't think we need to lower the bar for him. I think that there are a lot of things that Field did in this game where any quarterback would have struggled more than him. Maybe not any, but most. Like, Fields made his feet electric in this game while also making a lot of really good throws. And with some of the other stuff, it's getting there. It's not Fields is playing blind and he happened to find a couple nuts. This is Fields is going through a proper process, and that process is speeding up. We're seeing him step up in the pocket. We're seeing him shift in the pocket. We're seeing him play decisive. We're seeing him manipulate defenders. Here, on account of that, on account of that play that we just saw, it's now 1st and 20. Right? We saw some great development reps from Fields here, because it's 1st and 20. They go play action. Nothing's there. Do you see anything? Because I sure don't. Borum gets pressure. Fields is going to, would you believe it? Oh, give me the controls. Give me the controls. Fields is going to step up in the pocket and check it down. Everybody put your Fields emojis in the chat, because this is exciting stuff. I mean, it's hilarious how excited we might be getting about the fact that on a deep hook and a deep hook and a corner, but like Fields steps up in the pocket and then he checks it down, because this is huge. If Fields can do this, Fields can do maybe not anything, but there have been a lot of plays where this is a sack. Like, there have been tons of plays that Fields has made this year where this exact play is a sack somewhere. And which receiver breaking? You mean this one right here, Elon? Like, you might get him if you threw it right now, but Fields is mostly concerned about the fact that he felt pressure, he got up, he got the ball out, right? Because there have been tons of times where Fields has looked downfield. Think about it this way, Elon. Fields doesn't have all 22 vision. Only Aaron Rodgers does, and I don't know how he does. Fields feels the pressure and says, let's make the safe play, and just gets the ball out to see if his guy can break a tackle. He can't. He picks up 2 yards, but it's not a sack. Now it's 2nd and 18. Now, are we carving Fields' bust because of this? No, but this is taking some of the negative plays out while also popping up while also keeping a lot of the positive plays. That's the big piece of this. Let me cover it just one more time to belabor the point, right? It's not that Fields, to be clear, Fields didn't look to see whether or not he had the guy on the deep outbreaker or the comeback route. Is he open? Probably, if you throw it on time. But Fields has been in this jam before. He decides he's going to live to fight another down. So he steps up and immediately looks for the check down. Like, he doesn't take any time, because, to be fair to him, Elon, if Fields looks downfield and doesn't throw this ball, this linebacker will clamp this and there will be no check down. So he throws the check down on time. Griffin, by the way, fully falls, gets back up, and is still the check down, which is hilarious. Like, he eats it on this play. He tries to chip Zadarius Smith, woof, and then gets up and is then the check down. Like, it's great. Or, maybe Elon, he does find that play, but you got 2 more downs to do it. Like, that's the essence of playing quarterback at the NFL level, is that even on 1st and 20, a loss kills the series. A gain of even just 2 means that you might get it on the next down. Every down has an opportunity to be a touchdown if the defense screws it up, or if your offense just nails it. It's possible, but exactly, Reinhardt. Can I say something else, Reinhardt, by the way? You mentioned big game hunting is his MO. I think big game hunting can be very easily confused as being a one-read quarterback, depending on when you're looking at it, right? Like,
there are a lot of people. Nate is the worst about this. Love you, Nate Tice. You are amazing. You're a better analyst than I am. All the things that you would want, right? But Nate will point out the fact that Fields is a big game hunter and ignore the fact that Fields is staring down the first read that he looked at and never gets to the check down. Like, that's a really creative way to market being an old school one-read quarterback, don't you think? So Fields saying, oh, we got pressured, and turning into Derek Carr. Derek Carr's a successful quarterback for a reason. I don't care that he's 1-5. Like, there's a lot of good things Derek Carr does, and one of the things that he was especially good at was pressure, let me get the ball out. And that's something I want to see Fields learn. That's something that I think he showed in that last play. It's one snap. He's got a lot more sacks than he has checkdowns on the year, but it's a good step forward of I felt pressure, let me get to my checkdown. I felt pressure, let me get rid of the ball. I felt pressure, I need to get out of here. These are good steps because if you take a 6-yard sack, your drive is practically done. Like maybe you get it back, but you're on the Bears and you don't have DK Metcalf, you don't have Tyler Lockett. You don't have a lot of the guys that are out there just making plays every Sunday. It's harder to claw back from 2nd and 18. So don't make it harder on yourself. And I think that's a good thing for Fields because his playmaking bubbles through. It's very easy to see that, I think. But within this offense right now, where the Bears are at, I think that seeing Fields bring the bottom up is just as important as seeing him push the limit. Because we are seeing and have seen, except for the Texans game, every single game Fields has been in, he's made a play that is legitimately special. The problem is that for every special play you make, you can't make 2 negative plays. And that's been where Fields is, right? Instead, on this game, he made about 9 special plays and maybe 2 mistakes. And you'll take it every time. Now it's 2nd and 18 and the Bears are going to run it. And this is where I think that there's some cognitive dissonance in the way that NFL offense is done. And it's neat that the Bears pick up 8 yards, but this is something I just want to point out. So it's 2nd and 18. Can you tell by the defense? Because I sure can't, right? You would conventionally think, okay, well, the line to gain is over, 10, 15. The line to gain's out of the picture, right? Like, the Bears have a long way to go before they're going to get to roughly there, right? It's actually closer to there. So why are the safeties so pitched up, right? It's because the Bears are such a common second down running team. They're always running on second down. And so because they're always running on second down, the Vikings do a legitimately good job of just playing this normally, right? And the Bears are lucky that they get 8 yards. But part of the reason these second down runs can be such a pain is because it is as if people think, oh, well, it's 2nd and 18. They would never run the ball and and that somehow the Vikings are guaranteed to drop out into some massive coverage net. And you know what? If they were running the ball, makes a lot more sense because theoretically you get some blockers out, you run the ball to there, and then you set up 3rd and 9. The Bears are lucky that they get it, but this kind of stuff bothers me because when the defense still plays the run pretty straight up, right? And that doesn't help the offense. Montgomery and Herbert here does a pretty good job, as does the backside tight ends. They hit a really nice block. Really, the magic here is that Herbert's bounce victimizes 39. The linebackers were in position to make this play a perfectly normal run loss. And then Equinemius St. Brown, who's been one of the Bears' best blockers, receiver or no, he really helps cut this down. But it really bothers me just how consistent the Bears are about running the ball because, how helpful is 3rd and 12 when that's one of your better runs of the day and it has nothing to do with formation? Maybe they were playing for the field goal, but they are at the 40 dadgum 6, Reinhardt. They're not close to the field goal yet. But so, on this play, it's 3rd and 11. Can't emphasize that enough. 3rd and 11. And I think this play is pretty much perfect. We talked on 1st and 20. About how exciting it was to see Fields hit a check down. Here, he hits another check down, and he's rewarded for it. I've also talked on this channel before about Fields' feedback loop, where Fields does something. So, he does something. He
then like gets punished for it. So he fixes it and does something else, and then his team lets him down and he's punished for it, and then he's back to where he started, right? So he's getting punished for it because of what he did. He's getting punished for it because of what his teammates did, which is bad, right? But so I love seeing that on this play. Let me watch it one more time just so that I can remember what the routes were. So it looks like they're playing cover 2, right? Just a quick look. They're going to have Mooney do something like that, and they're going to have, I think it was a curl. I can't be certain. Yeah, it's like a corner into a curl, right? But so within that framework, there's not really a lot that's open on this play, at least not naturally. The Vikings are playing a very standard cover 2 look, and they get a linebacker. Maybe it's Tampa 2. Hard to necessarily tell. If Fields tries to rip this ball to ESB, this linebacker's in the way. But because of that, when Kmet comes out on the check down, that's where you go with the ball on this play. Like when you draw this up against cover 2, you get this linebacker to sink back into this passing lane that he's already in, and then you hit the check down and you hope that he can break a tackle and go get you some yardage. Justin talked about this in week 1, that he's got to take the check down and just play the percentages. And you know what? That 3 yards that Kmet picks up is massive. It's the difference between 4th and 7 and 4th and 4. As we will see coming up. Like, it's simple. It's the most NFL play you've ever seen, where he just where like Kmet's gonna plant, he's gonna get through a tackler, he spins 39 out too, like a top. Like, look at that. And then he pushes forward, and the ref even gives him the 37, which, like, thanks, fish. But it's exactly like you're saying, Reinhardt. Like, if he holds the ball, let me see. If he holds the ball for a second, he can high-low Patrick Peterson, because you're saying that, like, I see what you mean, because, like, Mooney would come over, and then you catch him on the check down. We'll get there. Like, I think you're right, but that kind of creative quarterbacking is something that you do when you've got a better offensive line and when you're not getting waxed in the media every single week for holding onto the ball too long. In my opinion, this is a really nice development, because if Fields is playing normal and on time, then he can hold the ball when he thinks he has something. Right now, I basically want him to reach a base level of comfort right here, like a base level, so that then he can iterate on it and become very comfortable, and his team can start iterating with him. That's where you say, okay, Mooney, I know we normally do this, but like next time on that play, since we've got the check down coming your way, like I want you to keep going so that we can try to high-low that cover 2 corner, and then theoretically he'll bite down on the check down, I'll hit you, it'll be a big play, but he'll go crazy. That's the stuff you can do when you're getting the base play right. In this case, Fields gets the base play right. Takes a look, realizes nothing's there, gets the ball out on time, throw is good. It's certainly good enough because Kmet is able to make something out of it, and it sets up 4th and 4, which is a makeable first down. And Eberflus goes for it. I'm here for it. Yeah, baby. Like, let's go for these things. We're down 5. Go get some points. Fields checks at the line. And like Akusai said, JT O'Sullivan had a ball with this play. It's bad, unless you're Justin Fields. Because whatever the Bears check to does not work. It looks like it's curl, stick, and curl. And relevantly speaking, nobody's open. Like, these 3 aren't open. This one is, but it's so far out that you need all 22 vision, because normally you're just going to pick one like at the start, and that's going to be the one that you go with, and the whole left side of the line embarrasses themselves. Braxton Jones pinches in. When he pinches in, Lucas Patrick literally looks like he has no idea what's happening. Both Braxton and Lucas Patrick decide that they're going to go be the hero that stops the edge rusher. Fields is sitting there thinking, I need a hero. And it's neither of them, because then Sam Mustipher is just going to watch Zadarius Smith, who was formerly triple blocked, and he says, God, please help me find a way to the quarterback. And his prayer is answered as he gets his shot. I don't know why Sam just stands there on this play. Like, look at 67 here. As like both guys just spin and leave. And then Sam watches him go. And he goes, hey, somebody should block Zedaria. Oh, no. But Fields, who sees nothing's there, hits the back of his drop. Can we go before the play? So who calls the protection? I wish we knew. All we know is that Fields walks up to the line. And I think Braxton and Lucas have a very different idea of who's doing what. That's just 100% my guess. Maybe it's Fields. Fields is ultimately responsible for the pass pro. We can't necessarily say they won't. Now, this is where the guy who seems to be making all the calls at the line is Lucas Patrick, if you watch him. It's not just here. Like, he does seem to do this a lot, where you'll see him in particular communicating to the rest of the offensive linemen. And so then, as the play actually continues, Fields takes a look downfield. He realizes, oh boy, they've got Kmet doubled. Well, that ruins my plan, right? And so then Fields steps through a crowded pocket. I love the little ball extension right here, as you're going to see Zadarius Smith come in looking for an arm tackle, and Fields keeps the ball away from him, breaks the tackle, ISOs up the safety, ISOs up the linebacker right there, beats the linebacker, and then I love the head first dive, right? Like, I think that the head first dive is a great call on fourth down, because not sliding gets you lit up. Sliding might take the yards away. But yeah, I think, if you want my opinion, him stepping here and him stepping here seems wrong. I'd pin it on Braxton, and I don't think Braxton heard the play correctly. Both of them realize there's a mistake. The Red Sea parts, Mustafa realizes there's a mistake and just stands there. But Fields breaks an arm tackle, boom, plants, dives through, takes a little bit of a bump, but not much, and the Bears pick up fourth down. Huge play. Huge play. Like, as much as JT would have said, like, there's no way you can possibly play quarterback with that protection. Yes, but Fields found a way to do so. Like, those are the athletic superstar playmaker plays that we knew Fields can do. Now we just got to see the passing game rise up to that level in both the short, dumb checkdown game and the long game. But I want to point out that first down, Fields did take 2 yards. Second down, Fields got 6, right? Third down, Fields found 7. Added up, you got 15, if I did that right. And then he found 5 to get to 20, and you've got a conversion, right? Like, to me, the magic of this is using all of his downs. Fields has a really bad habit of trying to get a first down on literally every play, which back in the day, like literally before we drafted Fields, I would have told you that's what I want in an offense, is the ability to go get a first down every play. The difference is you can't literally try to get a first down on every play, or the defense knows exactly where to guard you, right? So I love seeing Fields start to turn into an NFL style down to down quarterback. And so like Pop, against better defense, Fields worrying you is unsurprising. The Bears' supporting cast is going to look a lot worse the better defenses they play. They didn't even look good today because the Bears at this stage weren't able to run and support Fields well within that running game. The play action game didn't do anything specific. It was Fields and just about only Fields, as if memory serves, the Bears only had about 289 yards of offense and Fields picked up 256 of them, which is massively out of balance compared to what you want. But you'll take it in the world where you're developing a quarterback because it's nice to know. So here the Bears run zone read and Darnell Mooney gets destroyed. I know we were talking earlier about Darnell Mooney being a good blocker, and normally he is, but holy yikes. Watch Mooney on this play. He takes a stiff arm to the face. Just right there, and gets absolutely manhandled by 58. Here's another look at it. Just coming on in. Bang! Knocked straight over, and his guy makes the play. If the Bears defender was the one making this, I'd be like, whoo, that was nice. But instead, it ain't. And the zone read call is correct. I mean, Za'Darius crashes just like you would anticipate on this. So Fields is reading it correctly. Certainly, Za'Darius is nowhere near making the play. But Herbert doesn't get a huge block. Mooney's not block does not help. And the Bears don't get much on that. So then it's 3rd and 4. Here it is in the normal vision. You can see Mooney on the side there. Boom. Just like that. Let's see. When you have a running game, does that make the passing game better? It should, Pop. Because your play action threat does spike. I understand. There are so many people and so many analytics out there that say that the running game's effectiveness doesn't actually help play action, and I get it. But I also see way too many teams where when you are a bad run defense team, play action in particular is a nightmare. And when you're a bad rushing team, a lot of teams don't really care about it. Like, people talk like a linebacker's resistance to play action has anything to do with the linebacker, and it's not. It has everything to do with the defensive line in front of them, but that's just my 2 cents. So this is the Fields rollout throw. Fields had a really good drive so far. Bears are in position to kick a field goal and take a lead. And remember, their line to gain is about there at this point. So looking at the play, the Vikings blitz. Fields gets out of the pocket, launches a deep one, and Harrison Smith makes a sweet play because he's a sweet player. Could this throw have been a little bit further? Yes. Could Fields have theoretically laced it a little deeper? Or could Mooney have taken his route and bent it a little more? Sure could have. Like Reinhardt's saying, Harrison Smith is still there just a little bit early. I got a better angle for you because you can see it very obviously. Fields, we're gonna just skip all the nuts and bolts. We'll get there. Fields throws it. I'll give you a nice slow motion look. These are always fun on the All-22 where you see the ball whoosh, do. And I want you to specifically note that Mooney goes up with 2 hands, right? And then he does not get 2 hands on it because Harrison Smith pushes his forearm to the point where the ball actually hits the outside of Mooney's hands. It's PI. In the wide world of things, it's PI, right? But it's also a really nice play by the defender. I mean, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying to some degree. When the throw's in the end zone and the other team's number 1 wide receiver's going up for it, if you don't interfere, it is a touchdown. And I like the fact that Fields made the throw. I will take the try. That's my point, John. I agree with you. Is that people are saying that this was too late. I hear you, and yet Fields points and throws. Fields is playing within rhythm. He points, he throws. He doesn't wait a particularly long time. He let's say he's looking at the left side of he's looking at the left side of the progression. He gets out of the pocket, he looks downfield, he finds his target, he fires. And it's a catchable ball in the end zone that if Harrison Smith doesn't make a sweet play on it, or if there's a better wide receiver down the field, or maybe just a bigger wide receiver, you're looking at a potential touchdown. It's good. It's a net good. I am excited about this because like you're saying, Sir Lord, Mooney does work him at the break. Mooney gets open. Mooney's wide open. But let's see, it's a good play by Harrison, so you still think Moss Cup catches it? Yeah, exactly. A super good player. DK Metcalf probably goes up there and wins the ball for you, and certainly you hope that the Bears could add somebody like that. Heck, I even wonder if just a bigger guy like Alan Lazard might find a way to bring this thing in. But I also think that if you put not Harrison Smith in that setting, can I just call a guy out? If you put Jaquan Brisker in this setting, is Brisker closing on this ball? Because I don't think so. Like, Harrison Smith is a super sweet safety, and he goes straight back for the ball and knows exactly how to make this play, and he does. And I'll take the rep. Like, looking at the other side of the play, we've got the same combination they've literally been running all game. You've got curl, you've got fade, you've got post. I remember this now. The biggest problem, Reinhardt, you're mentioning biggest culprit. I think the biggest culprit is that Fields doesn't trust Kmet to get open on a post route against a safety, and unfortunately, his lack of trust is vindicated. Like, check out Kmet here. Kmet rounds it and he's covered. Like, I know Fields has gotten out of the pocket, but if this is Travis Kelce, I'm convinced that Patrick Mahomes, despite the crazy pressure bearing down, would have just stepped to his right and then flung the ball at Kelce on the break. Now, Kelce's obviously a Hall of Fame tight end, and I understand that. But, like, within this, Fields feels the blitz. He feels the pressure coming. Like, he sees the free rusher that kind of gets himself fouled up. And then he says to himself, I got nothing there. And he's right. Or at least he's right enough. Now, had he snapped a throw to 85, or I think that's 35. I think that's Blazing Game. Like, had he snapped a throw there because he had extra sensory perception, maybe, just maybe, he gets a first down or it's pick sixed. And it's tough to know. But, like you mentioned, John, did you say, how is that post? Like, how is that a post? Because it's there. It's just not good. But Fields finds the open guy. Credit to him there. He gives him a catchable ball. And the defender, like, it's a good throw. It's a better play by the defender. And I will take that rep. Like, I will take that rep 10 times on Sunday. If 10 of those passes get broken up, fine. Like, yes. At some point, I wanted to see, and we talked about this during the Texans game, I wanted to see Justin Fields put his guys in position to succeed and then watch them not succeed, right? And in this case, it's not that Mooney failed. It's more that Harrison Smith made a play that he's paid millions of dollars to make. The Bears kick a field goal. Now it's 19-21. So then they get the ball back. Let me see. Oh, at this point, they just look to me like they've seen a tendency. I don't know what it is. I didn't put quite enough into this game to know exactly what it is. Yeah, Reinhardt, that's how I felt watching it. And there's even more. Like, the Vikings offensive line, 97 and 94, just domed the Bears on this play. Like, shoom, stuffed. There's Kmet. Or no, that's Griffin, who ends up like straight up on the ground. I think it's Patrick does literally nothing to slow his guy down. Jones gets out of like the fray. Mustafa doesn't get much either. Like, the Vikings defensive line just big times the Bears here. And it makes me wonder if there was some kind of tendency that they picked up on, because they reacted fast and they just bullied them. So hooray, 2nd and 12. Like, Griffin gets absolutely decked. The Bears continue to put Fields in positions where he's behind on the chains. And then this is, just to throw it out there, this is the screenplay that gets blown up. Like, why are they hanging on to this interior? Well, CJ, there's not a lot of options. As much as they would cut everybody if they could, if you cut the overwhelming majority of the Bears offensive line right now, and then you picked up the best Bears, or the best available offensive lineman, you would probably pick the Bears back up. Like, it's silly, but yeah. Has the Vikings put out tape to stop our run game, or did we just execute poorly? John, the answer's kind of yes. You just can't run a running game without beating blocks, if that makes sense. And yes, CJ, I mean, think about it this way. Okay, so whenever anybody watched the AAF or the XFL, what's the constant you saw? Because it's bad O-lines. Like,
as silly as it sounds, next time, there will be another one. Next time you see like the fan controlled football league or the new XFL and you go watch one of those games, I want you to notice how bad a lot of the offensive linemen are. Because while everybody says that quarterbacks don't grow on trees, and they're right, the other thing that doesn't grow on trees, offensive linemen. Hard to find guys that are somehow nimble and also 320 pounds. There just aren't many of them. And so when people say, come on, how on earth is our offensive line this bad? It's because there's like 20. There, and the CFL's a little different. The CFL has a ton of rules that help out these offensive lines, where I can't go through all of them because I get the CFL's rules confused with the Arena League football all the time. But the offensive lines within these other leagues just can't hold a candle to what the offensive lines of the NFL can do. And that's like a huge part of the problem. I mean, the best way that I would think about it, and I think this is a compliment, is that there is like probably 25 solid offensive linemen at every position in the NFL consistently. And so when the Bears don't have those 25 or like one of those 25 at any position, you end up with the rest. But so taking a look at this one is the screen where Fields sees the screen, decides, nope, not dealing with that, beats a linebacker, an NFL linebacker, to the edge, beats everybody all the way up and down the field, and scores a touchdown. Is there an illegal block? Of course there's an illegal block. Is it a penalty? Yes, there's a penalty. Like, we don't need to be coy about it. ISM blocks him in the back. That's how you draw a block in the back, is doing exactly what he did. But Fields made a play out of no play available because he took a look. He saw nothing was there. He attacked the line of scrimmage. He flattened his edge out, beats him, takes a big outside stab, beats him, sweeps inside, beats him, and is home free. It's sweet. It's really sweet. And then the best part from a development perspective is that we're good. So, Nicholas, I'm glad you asked. Hand on chest helmet in front of defender's body. So, is it a block in the back because he blocked him in the back? Good question. What the referee who makes the call sees is a little bit more like this. Let me see. Rolling back. The referee sees a hand on his back right here. He sees ISM lean in, right? He sees a flop, sure, but he sees a big ol' jump off the ground. And then you're exactly right, Akusai. Good point. You get a flag from him. You get a flag from him. Both guys, as much as we would say, oh, there's no way that's a penalty. I think it is. Maybe not because it actually happened, but because you can't put yourself in that position. And ironically enough, this is actually still a positive play for the Bears. Did you know that? Because while Fields doesn't get credit for it, he doesn't get credit for the 51-yard scamper. He does move the ball forward 3 yards because the foul happened far enough down the field that the Bears pick up 3 yards, and it goes from 2nd and 12 to 2nd and 9. Connor, Kmet doesn't look back because it's a designed screen the whole way through. It's not a passing play. It's a screen. And so Kmet was hopping out to block for said screen. On 2nd and 9, the Bears... Oh, yeah. I love this. So the Vikings show blitz because they've got somebody creeping towards the line of scrimmage. But because the Bears are playing out of the empty gun, which I am obsessed with, it's not that it's the best looking football or anything. It's that it is a sweet, sweet formation that allows Fields to be a passer and basically keep everything in front of him. You don't need to worry about a running back hitting a blocking assignment. You don't need to worry about chips on the edge, meaning guys don't get out of the field. In this case, you see that you've got a blitz creeping. Sweet. Hit the slant. And that's exactly what Fields does. Blitz, throw, boom, first down. Easy, right? Because Reinhardt, I hear you. If you're thinking to yourself, man, is Fields ever going to be a quick passer? These are the little things that you got to hit
So the defenses back off. This is how you get them to do that. And Akusai, it's the first slant that doesn't suck, but yeah, exactly. You take those linebackers off the I love this. I hope the Bears continue to iterate on their on the gun that they're doing, like the empty gun. Go empty protection, because while the protection isn't perfect, like obviously you got Eric Kendricks bearing straight down on you. You've also got the Bears at this point, like it protects your offensive line, because 3Z, you mentioned you got to be able to block, not when the throw's out this quickly. Like Jenkins actually gets beat, like 92 is bearing down, you know. This is not a pretty rep from the offensive line, but the ball comes out so quickly that it doesn't have to be. And it's still a sweet second down turned into a first down on like a 12-yard pass. Quick outs like this. I mean, the West Coast offense was so popular because if you got the ball out on time, blocking was optional. You could just move it. And then the Bears, is this one I think it is? No, not quite. They run it. I also love the idea. Let me see within this. Yeah, no, Rodgers killed us with that during the Mac years. We've got the gun. So I also love it when the Bears experimented with they did one with Mooney that we may have already covered, where they put him in the backfield. But I like it when they have Montgomery, who's a very capable receiver in his own right, that he can split out and then he can come back. I think when you go gun from 11 or when you go from empty to 11 in the gun, I think that you can do a lot of things with that. But I'm also a vertical spread head, and I think it's awesome. Like I think vertical spread offenses that play a lot of empty, that use the gun, basically the Josh Allen offense, which I do think fits Fields kind of well. Not the crazy Josh stuff, not the stuff where Josh takes it, runs over this linebacker, and then tries to make a play up the field. Like let's leave that in the refrigerator. But the passing concepts that Josh Allen's killing people with, a lot of those are really, really rad, I think. And this, not a great run play. The Bears have not had many great run plays, and it's not a blocking scheme thing in this case so much as Mustafa. And I kind of get the impression that Patrick and Mustafa got a smidgen confused because Mustafa takes on a true one-on-one block, and he almost never does that, right? And then there's just not really anything there. Montgomery takes what's in front of him. It's not much. And it's a good job, I guess, by the people. It's an RPO, if that makes you feel any better as well. I can't believe I forgot that. Thank goodness I take notes. But Fields is reading this guy out here, and because he stays on the outside, Fields isn't going to throw the RPO. It's an RSO, I guess, because it's a bubble screen with a blocker out there. But the Bears RPO game has sucked this year. Like, whenever the Bears run an RPO, it's one of their worst runs or it's not a good screen. I would love to see this improve a little bit, but their RSOs have been non-factors. And it's nice that they're putting multiple looks on tape, I guess, but they're not great looks. I also thought this play was really nice. I think it goes underrated, but I have seen Fields on these exact kinds of plays fail to get the ball out, right? Not only will he be too slow, but maybe more importantly, when this defender gets in the passing lane, Fields does a really good job, it seems like, of leaning out and flicking the ball into space that his receiver has to bend down to catch it. Sure, what a bummer. But his receiver's still able to pick up 6 yards and had Kmet hit a bigger block on, I think that's Peterson, right? That's 7. Like, come on, Kmet. Am I being too hard on the kid for being like, okay, you're a tight end for crying out loud. Like, please block the corner. Because if Kmet actually blocks the corner out of the play, like ESB has even more room here because they've got 24 ISO'd up on the backside of this screen just like you'd want to. Instead, ESB endures a power slam by Patrick Peterson. And I mean, it's nice because I hear you, Blind. He totally is sealing for the outside, but Mooney's not. Like, Mooney just commands his guy. Like, at that point, Mooney does ultimately get him to the outside, but Mooney's block is better. Ace, I'm convinced that there are a lot of the guys that love Kmet because he looks like a fast, do-it-all tight end. But Kmet's results have been unspectacular. Like, Kmet's not winning on any specific route. I like a lot of people. ESB, I'm giving him a check mark this year because he's been a really good blocker and an okay receiver. Is he a starting, like, X receiver? Probably not, but he's a great fourth receiver in a 4-receiver package, or a 3 or a wide receiver 3 that you bring in to hit blocks and occasionally take a sweep. He has played the role fairly well. I don't think he's done anything specifically wrong. Has Mooney looked good? Yeah. I mean, when Mooney's at his best, he looks really good. What is Kmet doing for this offense that, just to call a guy out, Ryan Griffin isn't doing? I can't really name anything. There's nothing specifically that I would look at that Kmet does that a straight up off the street tight end isn't doing pretty much just as well. Not getting open on post routes, Kmet can do that. So can Griffin. Not getting open on stick, Kmet can do that. So can Griffin. Not able to beat anybody in man coverage, not that hard to find a tight end that can do that. What is the thing Kmet is doing? I don't care about the second round pick pedigree, right? Just evaluate Kmet as if he was a free agent receiver, right? What is Kmet giving you that somebody else isn't giving you? Is it high effort blocking? Because actually there's a lot of tight ends that do that. Griffin does that specifically. It's rough out there. Fields, in my opinion, does a really good job of getting this throw out. Like you mentioned, Reinhardt, we had two, Rodgers had 2 of these throws get blocked very, very quickly. And it's not a play that is easy at this point. But if Fields gets it out anyways, sets up 3rd and 3. And Fields checks to the play after this one. A lot of people hated this one. I know I was bummed about it because it feels kind of pathetic when you run the ball on 3rd and short and you don't get anything, right? You don't even get 2, And I'm with you, Reinhardt. It's a bummer that Horsted or Jesse James, I mean, it's a joke, right? But Jesse James had a touchdown. Horsted had a touchdown. Kmet didn't have a touchdown. Kmet, I don't think, still has a touchdown this year, though touchdowns haven't been that common. So, at what point do we look and we say, maybe there's a reason? But anyways, let's see. The Browns landed OBJ. Why can't the Bears get someone? I don't know. So this run is something it looks like Fields checks to. Why does Fields check to it? I like his thinking, right? Fields looks and he sees, okay. So I got my tackle over here. I've got my guard that just needs to get to here. And I've got my center that if he can reach him, we should have 3 yards, right? I mean, maybe he's being forgiving, but I get it. I don't know what passing play they looked at, right? We will never get to, But this actually sets up pretty well, where if Mustafa can hit this, if Patrick can hit that, and if Jones can seal him, you've got a running lane. It doesn't have to be huge. You're just trying to gain 3 yards. The unfortunate part is that Mustafa cannot do that, right? Pretty much everybody loses. And it doesn't help anything that there's a nickel blitz that Fields couldn't have seen coming, right? The nickel blitz that comes in on this makes it to where when there is no hole, there's a tackler there immediately, which is not part of the check, because I think that to go back one more time, the corner here does a really good job of basically keeping it hidden. Maybe you could say he gives it away a little bit when he's looking in for the snap, but most corners do. They're not necessarily always staring at their wide receiver. I think he does a really good job of masking it, and then he bolts in and makes the play. But Mustafa gives up the gun, which was bound to happen at some point. Mustafa isn't that guy forever, And like you're saying, Reinhardt, it's a guy check. Their guy's better. I really don't mind the call, because at this point, you're hoping your guys win. Your guy has an advantage. Your guy has an advantage. Your guy has an advantage. Literally hold him there. Your running back squeezes through and goes and gets 3. They just don't hold him there. And so the nickel blitz, again, does not help at all. But they just get smoked. Did Borum block? Oh, yeah. Larry Borum blocks a solid nobody. But if they did make it a read option, then I think 88 there, or 68 crashes down 58 and hits Fields. But that's just my guess. Yeah, everybody's standing straight up, ace. But so then the Bears kick it. They do kick it. Santos comes through because he's the man. And now it's 22-29, baby. Okay, here we go. Here's the big one, right? It's time. This is when Fields was about to come out on the national level, right? Well, kind of. Fields goes through. He makes a quick read immediately. Like, you've got 9, like 8, 9-ish. No, it's not. It's like deep hook, post over the top of it. It's the fake deep scissors thing, isn't it? It's the thing that Sanford did. Yeah, it is. And it's sweet. I love that the Bears stole that because this plus that is awesome. But Fields finds Montgomery. Montgomery rules as a receiver. Boom. I love, by the way, the simplicity of, okay, so you've got 38 who's trying not to get embarrassed, right? And you've got 3, Cam Chancellor. I think so. It might be Dantzler. And so Montgomery hits him, and then this guy just goes, yeah, no, that's cool, man. That's cool. You have a good one. All right, I'll see you next down. Sullivan just lets him walk out of bounds instead. And let's see. You mentioned he could get Mooney. I don't know, man. Harrison Smith's right there. But I don't know. Like, I don't mind at this stage. The weird part, okay, Reinhardt, you bring up a good point, and so let's talk about the power of the clicker, right? Within this game, I've made too many comments about Fields not playing on time to not get excited about him watching for this, saying to himself, I don't know, everybody's pretty in line. Let me just dump it off to the back. And then the back going and getting you 10 yards and saying it's a bad decision. If Fields doesn't need to necessarily maximize his yards, I think he needs to maximize his good plays within this. And this is a good enough play to me. Is it low bar? Yeah, but Fields has taken a lot of sacks on worse plays. He waits, he kicks the ball out, his guy gets out of bounds. Good. That's a good play in this setting. Like, I'll take it because it's like you're saying, John, we've got time for Fields to turn into the superstar quarterback. For now, we've got the time on the clock. Take the check down, get further down the field. It's 2nd and 2, right? And it's easy to pick it apart. For me, I think the better way that I could put it, Reinhardt, is that I'm going to take B+ snaps if it means that we get less Fs. And within this game, we got a lot less Fs. For instance, this screen, I actually think it's really aptly timed. Like, it's a sweet little running back slip screen on 2nd and 2. The Bears are hoping that they get more than this, right? But that they get 2 at least because they're right about to hit the little 2-minute warning, right? And so Mustafa, all he's got to do is block this guy, and it actually might be a pretty big screen. Like, if Mustafa comes out and hits him, and he stays engaged, Montgomery could theoretically work around on the outside. He doesn't get that chance because Sam can't block anybody, so instead, Montgomery gets just the 2 yards. But we take these. And Reinhardt, it's funny you mentioned less boom and also less bust. I don't think Fields was making those throws earlier either. The team's not good enough for Fields to stand in long pockets and rip down the field. If it's not open pretty much immediately, he's not open. And I love the fact that Fields is bringing the bottom up because as he brings the bottom up, we're still getting plenty of boom. Sorry. We're just not getting boom on every play in this game. And that's fine. The quarterback can't be a star on every play. There are a lot of plays where Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith should look the same. Then there's that occasional play where Mahomes is going to come out and do something that nobody else on earth can. And those are the moments where you go, wow, having Patrick Mahomes is awesome. And that's what I'm hoping we see from Fields from an evolutionary perspective. If he can bring the bottom up and take less horrible plays, then he can keep taking the top off later. But that's the way that I'm seeing Fields' progression. So then on this one, Fields is going to take a sack, and I don't even feel bad about it. Like, I don't have an issue caping for Fields on this one because the Bears are running a very simple pass route. They've got Mooney coming out because they see a wide open middle of the field, right? And Mooney is going to come up, and he's going to dig on down, right? And Fields knows it. He's just sitting there waiting for him, right? You've got an out, you got a dig, and you've got a corner by the looks of it, paired to the flat route. And Fields at this point is taking a look at the edge rusher, but you can see the whole way that he's just headed there. And Fields wants him. He wants him bad. So what happened, right? Like, Fields has his eyes in the right place. Nobody blocks the edge rusher for some reason. You're going to see Kmet chip him, but Braxton Jones pinches inside, and David Montgomery pinches up. Nobody blocks the edge rusher, and that is beyond me. I don't know what this could possibly be. I mean, nobody blocks the edge rusher. Wide 9 edge rusher. Did people just not see him? Did they count 4? Did they just miss 98? But Fields has his eyes where they should be. If this was Ryan Tannehill, I'd say, wow, what are the Titans' offensive line doing? Like, it can be easy to over-criticize young quarterbacks. But this, like, it's probably on Braxton. And if not, it's on Montgomery. But the funny part to me is that both of these guys in particular look like they're very confident somebody else has it handled. Like, both guys definitively and clearly step somewhere else. Eyes over there, right? And he just comes right through for a big hit. I don't mind. Fields is correct. Mooney's wide open. Like, I've just got no issue with Fields being ready to throw because he's right about to break. Sometimes sacks do happen, and I've pinned a lot of sacks on Fields this year. This isn't one of them. It's a huge bummer. Bears catch a massive break that this sack fumble comes back their way. But I don't know what on earth an edge rusher like that is doing. And also, Braxton kind of lets his guy walk right around. Like, right around him. And 55, Zadarius Smith, is the one who ends up causing the fumble. So, not a good rep from 70. Did Kmet help the rusher towards Fields? Because I see you guys mentioning the chip. Most chips aren't very good. Like, most of the time, this is about as good as, not good, but like, this is most chips. Like, he tags him a little bit, but Kmet's real goal on this is to get out to the flat. Like, it looks as if Kmet misses his assignment because nobody blocks him, right? But that's not Kmet's fault. I don't think Kmet's very good, and that's not Kmet's fault. Somebody's supposed to block the guy. Like, but yeah. It's Mooney looks back, and you can almost see Mooney just like, oh, you have got to be kidding me. And so then it's like second and I didn't even write it down. Like second and plenty. So Happel, you mentioned why didn't Fields throw it to Kmet? That's a legitimate question worth asking. I think Fields didn't throw to Kmet because by the time Fields took a look, you can actually see Kmet's covered. What's new, right? Because exactly like you're saying, CJ, if Kmet was still parked right here, he might be throwable. But at this point, you've got Mooney open. Mooney is open. But Reinhardt, to be fair, what I think they're asking is why after Fields moved didn't he throw to Kmet? And this is where I do think we can get irresponsible with the clicker. Like, he's moving left-handed, so to speak. It would have been very, very tough to throw to just about anybody. This is just protection problems. But so, second and plenty. Let me see. What did I say? Oh, yeah. This is bad. So, Fields catches a break here. You want to talk about how every once in a while you, like a quarterback will kind of get lucky? Fields wants Pettis on an out route, But instead, Tevin Jenkins' guy just rips through and almost sacks Fields by himself, right? So oh gosh, this is awful too. Like, it doesn't really get worse. I'll go frame by frame than watching anybody on your offensive line just get spun on the other side. If I was a Vikings fan, this is sweet. Look at that. Look at that. But then Fields, and I think this is hilarious too. Like, look at this little Fields hop as he goes, whoop, I'm just, you know what? No. And just checks it down. And then Montgomery, look at the guy go. Hard cut, takes a bump, first down. If you were like me, holy moly, everybody was excited. Let me see, Haplo. Isn't that a pre-snap read, though, that there's a rusher coming and the call is commit to chip and get open? It is. There's just supposed to be somebody who picks the rusher up, Haplo. At this point, Fields' rhythm said, okay, we're going to pick this up and I'm going to throw to Mooney. And it didn't happen. But, like, at this point, yeah, everybody is one-on-one on the right side. Borum actually had a solid pass pro day. Like, we haven't talked about Borum because Borum hasn't done anything necessarily, and that's good. Like, and like you're saying, Kyle, this is a sweet play from Fields when you really think about it, because he goes to throw until he realizes, holy moly, I have problems at my feet. Are you kidding me? Jumps out of a sack, flicks the ball to exactly where he needs to be, and then Montgomery does the rest. And these are the plays, okay, I'm just going to say it, because I couldn't believe I was going to say it. Going into this year, I would have told myself that I was crazy hearing this. Montgomery's kind of a dude. Like, yeah, exactly, Reinhardt. These are the plays that just have me wondering, oh, wow, is 32 going to get a contract extension? Because he puts up, he gives us the old double mailbox. He says, bro, throw it to me. He does. And I mean, like, this is so cool. I don't know how he does it. Montgomery is such a meh runner. Like, as a running back, he's so just okay. And yet as a receiving back, he's awesome. Like, what he can do with the ball in his hands in the open field has me wondering why he's not the check down. I mean, he kind of is the check down option on every play. And if I was Fields, man, I would go make a meal out of just chucking the ball to Montgomery on these 4 verts setup, because when you can do this to people, like, goodness gracious, the AstroTurf makes it extra cool looking. Like, look at the dust he can kick up. Just whoosh in that setting. Like, man, he's awesome. He's more of a receiver 5 that's better than our receiver 3. Yeah, exactly. Like, if Montgomery's your check down option, you have a legitimately dangerous passing game. And yeah, Zai, Demo does have to block a lot, but also Fields doesn't really take the check down that often, so there is that. But then I have good news and bad news. This one's the fun. So the good news is that Kmet is running a post. He gets straight through the line of scrimmage, and Harrison Smith sits on him, right? So when Harrison Smith sits on this route, Fields takes his eyes from 1 to 2 to ISM. So that's the good news, right? That Fields takes the snap, looks. He's even there early, right? Like, Fields looks, that's not there. Resets his throw, or resets its feet, rips, gets the throw. The bad news is what happens after that, where ISM, and this hurts on all 22. This really hurts. You have to imagine, like, I can't wait for the Coach 30 video where ISM gets to hear. He stops. And the coach is sitting here like, son, what are you doing? Like, okay, you broke the tackle, son. But what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Did you think you could juke out 3 guys? Because credit to you. But man, I don't know about you guys when I saw it live. I literally laughed out loud. I could not believe that not only did he fumble, but he got the ball ripped straight out of his hands. Straight out of his hands. And yet, like, I mean, I gotta say it. This play was really great for the tank. Not that the Bears are trying to tank. That's by no means me trying to suggest that the Bears are actually attempting to tank. But, like, perfect loss. Fields made a sweet play to try to even the game out. And instead, like, 3Z, let me put it this way, because to everybody out there that's like, oh, you have got to be kidding me. Let me put it this way. If Komet had let the team down, how do you overcome that, right? If Mooney had let the team down, well, that really sucks, right? If Fields had thrown a huge pick, you know, like to Dantzler, oh, that hurts. But instead, it's a guy who's like, who everybody knows isn't going to be on the roster. You know what I mean? It's a clear practice squad guy who he blows the game. And now the Bears have a scapegoat that just has nothing to do with the future. Like, that's the dream, more or less. And so, because you're right, AC, like 17 was trying to have his moment where he really showed the Vikings, and instead you end up with a play where, I mean, the Bears, exactly like Reinhardt just mentioned, like, in theory, there's a perfect world where the Bears lose all the rest of their games like this. It won't happen. I actually think the Bears are going to beat the Commanders because the Commanders are really bad. Like, they're a special bad. But these kinds of losses, when we get to April, are going to be the reason that we would hope the Bears are picking like 8th instead of picking like 14th. And I think that really helps. Exactly, BG. Takes away well, okay, so I hear you. Like, that it does take away 2-minute game-winning drive reps for Fields. Fields did get 5 of them, and he did well on 4 of them, specifically. And that's okay. Like, we can do that. That's fine, right? It's not necessarily that, because I hear you, Reinhardt, like, maybe you get close to the end zone for being like really ticky-tack, but in the wide world of, because Josh, you're right, like, Fields does get those in practice, but these are game reps, like, they're helpful, and the Bears lock in the loss. And so for anybody who hasn't hung out with me before, like, I promise you that in 2023 we're going to be full on cheering for wins, right? This just isn't that year, and that's okay. Like, the Bears defense is piecemeal. The Bears offense is not done. The Bears offense is brand new, and they look like it. Like, they're trying new things every single week. Their draft class it's not like it's literally a bunch of projects, but it's a bunch of positions that it was always going to take time for them to really find themselves, you know? Like, there's a lot of things going on this year that all point to this team having a long-winded trajectory, right? And 3Z, you ain't wrong. Like, in the world of Bears first-round history, like, the Bears make terrible decisions in the first round. But, hey, if we can just throw it out there, the Bears tend to draft great second-rounders. Like, yes, everybody's going to point to Cole Kmet, and then I will point back at Jalen Johnson, right? Like, I'll point back at James Daniels, who's balling in Pittsburgh right now. Cody Whitehair has always been fairly solid. Yeah, Roquan was in the first. And Akusai, of course, you were going to bring up Shaheen. When you look at offensive players in the second round, there's also Anthony Miller, who, killer rookie, and then he just kind of stopped. But
there's a whole lot of things that you can look at, and you could say with this Bears team that honestly losses like this are ideal. Now it's hard, admittedly, to lose, and it is hard to envision a world where Fields looks like this and they do lose all their games, right? I mean, they have to play the Lions, and the Lions had an incredible offense up until the moment that apparently they hit the Bill Belichick buzzsaw and they got cut down to size. So what's going to happen when they face the Bears? I don't know. I mean, the Packers offense, if they had 5 hours, could have scored touchdowns on every single drive. Like, I wish I was kidding. The Packers were 2 blown mesh points away from scoring with impunity, but thankfully they made some mistakes. Like, is Swift going to run all over all of us? Probably. But I mean, that'll be sweet because the Lions defense is bad. And so hopefully that would be another really nice game from Fields. Like, there's a lot of things that the Bears can do across this season where, honestly, if they drop 2 games to the Lions, but Fields hangs 300 yards on them both times, we would all probably feel better, right? Like, it's a weird year. And so when I look at this game, I came away very positive about it. Like, let me see, Josh, I'm curious as to what you're thinking. Like, let's see. If these bots keep coming, I'm going to make one of them a mod. Let's see. But so, Big Ten Bowl. Like, oh, Josh, I hear you. I know what you mean. Like, Bears fan. Oh, John, you're probably right. But so, let's see. If Fields is putting up 400 yards every game, but we lose, wouldn't that be a sign that the wide receivers are a little better than we thought? Yeah, probably. I mean, and to be really blunt, there's next to no way it happens. But so, there's, like, within the context of this Bears team, it's very weird because the Bears need dudes on defense before we can really talk about the Bears defense making any specific positive play. But I came away from this game really excited about what Fields had done. Like, I felt like Fields had consistently made the smart play. And if he wasn't making a smart play, he was making a quick decision and he was making the most out of it. I think that a non-Vikings defense, which who knows, are the Commanders really that much better than the Vikings? Hard to tell. Like, they've got Josh Sweat. They've got some players. Their defensive line's definitely better, but they're like the Bears or the Commanders also have a really horrible secondary. So I don't know. Like, I really have no idea whether Fields has a potential to do legit better. What magic happens in 20 minutes that can't happen during the week? What do you mean, Reinhardt? Let me see. Losing out's the best thing. You're right, Raging, but you also need to remember that okay, so this is the complication of the NFL, right? Because on one hand, losing out would be better. On another hand, it's really hard to be the 2021 Chargers, right? It is really hard, or sorry, it might have been the 2020 Chargers, maybe 2019 Chargers. But so, yeah, I got you, Haplo. So what I saw, for what it's worth, Reinhardt, is that the Vikings just kind of made a bunch of mistakes themselves. Like, I wish I could tell you that the Bears changed up what they were doing. It looked to me like they started calling a little bit more cover 2 and a little bit less cover 3 because they were getting killed. But like you're saying, Akusai, and frankly, Akusai, can we call something out? You mentioned that losing can be contagious. Like, in 23, let me think. Go back 4 plays and look at 84. Which specific one? 1, 2, 3. Am I getting it right? Which one? And is 84 on the Vikings? Okay, so he's right here. Let me see. Ben, this is for you. That can't be the right one. Let's see. Is it the touchdown? Was it the one after the touchdown? Help me find this thing, Ben. I bet it's after this. Okay. Man, they just got diced up. Rollouts, everything. Trip. Oh, you mentioned that one? Oh. Oh, see, I got caught watching the ball again. So I missed it the first time too. Now everybody's mentioning it. Oh, there he is. Oh. See, this is why I wish people would watch on the All-22 more. Like, not people like you guys aren't. People like, we're watching the football game, and we're watching the broadcast angle, and you just don't get to see this. But, like, he's so open. Holy Moses. Like, whoa. Kirk is like, this is my one and only. But gracious, Brisker gets caught too. Like, this is a play as I understand it. Yeah, I don't know what Brisker's looking at, if I can just call him out. Like, I don't know what technique Brisker thinks he's playing, but he should be cover 1 or at least cover 3, and you would expect him to be the center fielder so that he could then range over one way or another. Like, he's just ball watching. And, like, I am not here to try to just, like, defame Brisker. You got to know that. But I don't know why he sits. Let's see. So Justin Jefferson pulls him across. Like, I don't know what film look he's seeing that tells him to sit outside the hash. And then I don't know what he's watching that doesn't suggest he's in hot water as soon as he's here. Because it sure ain't Gordon's fault. And I am not about to tell you that there's any defense that anybody would ever construct in which you've got two guys playing cover 3 corner with Vildor biting inside, and you've got a safety here, and you just allow a gaping hole on the other side of the field. I mean, either that or Eddie called his own number Troy Polamalu style, but I doubt it because that doesn't really happen. But so, I mean, yeah, raging, and that's fine. I mean, like, that's rookies for you. They don't hit the field and just know, you know? But Brisker has quickly become a Bears fan favorite because he plays safety. So the idea of Brisker is a better player than Jaquan Brisker actually is right now. And that's okay. Like, that's rookies. Spectre, chances are Kirk didn't look for the same reason that players don't look all the time. Kirk didn't look because he checked his flat first, right? Like, you mentioned, is that Jones's spot? Like, which Jones? Like Jalen Jones? But so within this, Justin Jefferson is pulling across. It's a 1st and 10 play. This is one of those interesting plays where, technically speaking, you do look here first. And if it's open, you take it. This is the second one. Like, because the goal is that when this guy drops back, he's supposed to bite down on one and then open 2 up. But Vildor doesn't bite. Vildor leaves it there. Or that's not Vildor, that's Jalen Jones, isn't it? But so, like, the Jalen Jones allows Justin Jefferson to just be open. And so Kirk takes it because it's 1st down. And in the NFL, when you get handed 4 yards on 1st down, you take it, baby. Like, you don't worry about it. In fact, I actually am now legitimately wondering. So say that Kirk had loaded to... yeah, he gets it. He's wide open. Irv Smith is so open. He's so stupid open. That is insane. But you're going to give it to Jefferson. Like, yeah, they did. I mean, they did what they could with the corners that they had. The corners that they had just are not dudes, and that's okay. But I was talking earlier about, like, I don't quite remember what I was ranting about, and that's all right. Within this defense, if there's one thing that I would like to see change within this defense, it's that I really don't want it to be a common thing that teams that are better than them will just ram them, because the teams like this that soaked up 40 minutes some odd of possession, they just make the game dry as a Bears fan. And so I'd almost rather the Bears defense give up a bunch of points than us watch them give up first down after first down after first down after first down after first down. But that's just me talking personal preference as a fan. Like, I mean, John, you mentioned that the Bills are going to be rough. They are. I think teams like the Jets are going to be rougher, just because the Jets have a semblance of a running game. And so since they're not like amazing, they won't dice the team up. The Bills should be able to just pound the Bears, unless everybody's hurt by the time they play us, because at this rate, they are. Another team that's going to be a hard game to watch. So when Dak broke his hand, I made fun of the fact, as did a bunch of other people in the Discord, that the Cowboys season was probably over. It isn't. It isn't at all. And the Cowboys defense is going to just rip the Bears apart. The Cowboys defense, in particular Micah Parsons, I mean, if you teed Micah Parsons up against the entire offensive line, could they block him? 5 people. 5 people up against Micah Parsons. Like, could they stop him? Because he's playing at a level that makes you wonder if there's just no way like that all 5 guys could stop him. And that has me worried for the obvious reason. I mean, there is no quarterback that's succeeding against Dallas right now. Like, as much as John, I know, is joking when he says Cooper Rush MVP, Cooper Rush is winning almost all of these games 17-20. Like, these are not high scoring football games that they're winning over there. They're just whooping on defense. And so, yeah, I know you're talking Parsons, Reinhardt. Like, it's different. And like, maybe Fields, bites the digs like Apple and throws a pick. Like, it's always possible. But that pass rush is insane that they've got in Dallas, and our line is not insane. And so since the Cowboys are another great example of a team just like the Vikings that will be willing to just ram the ball down the Bears defensive line's throat. And I thought Watt's 96 was okay, but the biggest problem is that the Bears defensive tackles lose just as many snaps as they win. And I mean, this also frustrates me. Like, okay, so the Bears line up in a very, very, very obvious cover 3 look. We talked about this at the very start of the stream when I had a little bit more energy to discuss it. But like, come on, whenever Brisker's on the line of scrimmage, he goes and defends the flat. It's been an every timer. Like, I mean, there is no tendency breaker. They're not blitzing Brisker. Like, they're not at this stage. And so the raging, are you talking about the Bears? Because I don't think they're slightly below average. I think they're quite bad. But so it's like at this point, since they don't do any disguising, it's just easy. Like, Kirk Cousins was it 17 for 17 or 18 for 18 to start the game? And you shouldn't do that. Like, you should never allow a quarterback, I don't care if you think Kirk Cousins is pretty good, like, you shouldn't be letting Kirk Cousins start that strong, because it shows, to me at least, that your defense is just too easy. And that when you say disguise zero, Reinhardt, are you saying zero disguise? Or are you saying that they disguised it as if it was a cover 0? Let's see here. It's like their bottom, you don't give up. Yeah, exactly. I guess it is cover 0. Sort of. But yeah, zero disguise. We're back on the same page. I mean, it just blows my mind. And it blew my mind watching the game. I remember I tweeted something out that was way too reactionary, where I was like, Alan Williams needs to get his resume ready. And the funniest part is that if Matt Eberflus fired Alan Williams, he would be asking a friend of his to fall on a sword, because there's no way this isn't Eberflus. Like, this is what Eberflus does. This has been Eberflus's MO. Nothing about this is unusual for Eberflus. What are they running? What are they running, chat? What are they running? What are they running? Because you know it was cover 2. You knew, right? Like, corners pressed up, playing right here, 2 high shell. It's cover 2. It's cover 2. It's not a disguise. They're not the Vikings. You know what I mean? Vikings aren't even good, but like from a personnel perspective, but they're playing cover 2. And they stopped the run, and that works out fine. But there's a reason they went 17 for 17 and just had no problem getting into the end zone. And that's because, for as nice as it is to have somebody like Armon Watts, who came off of a practice squad, like that just ran on over and made a play, that's neat. But whenever they needed yards through the air, they could just look across the field and say, okay, it's 2nd and 11. Well, what are they running? Oh, look at that. What are they running, guys? What are they running? Because it looks to me like cover 1. Cover 1 with Brisker probably in the flat. I haven't seen this play before, so I don't know. You've got Vildor sitting in man. You've got Gordon in man. And you're going to have Eddie as a center field safety. Let's see if I'm right. Like, it just looks like cover 1 man. And it is. So all they have to do is just wait for the part where Justin Jefferson's open again. I mean, no, in this case it was Thielen. But like, what did they expect? Like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like, okay, with Sean Desai, we got to talk about unique ideas. Not all of them worked. There were points where it felt like the players were running the team wasn't running the players. Like when it came to defense, there were times where it was as if Eddie Jackson had said to Sean Desai, "Hey, bro, can I play nickel corner?" And it was like, "Hey, Eddie, it's cool you can, but you totally shouldn't." You know what I mean? But with this, it's no disguise. And if you think to me that no disguise at all, like, is the way that you help Jalen Jones beat Adam Thielen, you're insane. I keep looking over there like there's a camera over here. You're insane. Like, I'm not a Haplo, it's super interesting you asked that. How did the Colts have so much success running this? It's because this guy was all world, and this guy was all pro, and this guy was all world, and this guy was extremely good, and this corner was really solid, and this safety was pretty good, and this safety was pretty good, and this edge rusher was just AQM, so that's like nothing specific, and then this edge rusher was pretty fine as well. Like, the Colts just had the guys. They didn't have a defensive scheme. They had a lot of talent. They had an inside linebacker that was covering like 2 gaps in the run game himself. They had one of the best 3 techs in the game. And like you're saying, I mean, it was like like DeForest Buckner in particular was just phenomenal. And then Grover Stewart was a boss himself. I really don't think the only position you could look at and say that the Colts were not specifically good at was edge rusher, which how many teams really are. But the Colts defense was just outduting people. Like, exactly what you're saying, Raging. The inner triangle was amazing. There are a lot of people on Twitter that have convinced a lot of other people that somehow Matt Eberflus was working with nobodies, and he was not working with nobodies. You just don't know their names, and that's okay. Most people don't know Kyler Gordon's name. And so it's like, I mean, you have to have an Eddie Jackson season for any of the other 31 fan bases that aren't the Bears to hear about your guy, you know? And there were probably 20 fan bases that had never heard the name Akeem Hicks, and Akeem Hicks was dominant with a capital D. Like, was Eberflus making them better, or were the players just really good? I think the players were just really good, Haplo. Like, to an extent, okay, let me put it this way. See you later, Reinhardt. Always happy you came. Like, at this point, what I would say, Haplo, is the scheme is too basic for me to say that Eberflus was necessarily putting them in like a superstar position. Like, this is just man. I mean, if anybody gets beat in this position, It's because they're just in man. Like, and yeah, wrestling. Exactly. Robert Quinn, an 18.5 sack season, and other fans, if you ask about it, would go, he did? But so, like, it's so common. If you've got defensive dudes, people just don't always know about it. And so within that, like, what I don't like about this scheme specifically is, so like the Vikings are just running a basic pick here. Like, here's a curl, and then here's an over route behind it. But it just means that Jaquan Brisker and Jalen Jones are in man, and Kirk just sits around and waits for it because our pass rush sucks. Like, we can do this thing where we get hyped up about Trevis Gibson, but our pass rush is bad. Like, they are bad. And they're getting next to nothing, like, right now. And part of that's just because they rush 4. Like, have you seen a stunt? If you have, send me the clip. Like, where they come over and somebody comes through, or he comes over and somebody comes through. The Bears have done next to nothing to scheme pressure, which is exactly what Eberflus did in the Colts. Like, they didn't do anything there either. And it's almost heartbreaking. Like, you say this game or all year, CV, it's all year. If you look at just about any chart that the Bears have on their pass rush, you know what? Hang on. Let me find one. Because I have one. But I got to go up and find it in like a Twitter DM. So give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Check this out. Because it hurts. Oh, yeah, we did laugh at it. Yeah, that sucks. Look at this. So, let me make sure you guys can see it all the way. You can. Okay, so this chart specifically, you can't quite see it. It says schemed pressure, and then this says no threat, right? So, this is the team that goes and gets you some schemed pressure. This is the team, like this one is pressure percentage, and then this one is pass blitz percentage, right? Pass blitz, pressure. Bears by a margin. Like, we are on our own. We are not sending any blitz. We are generating no pressure. We are not just lower quadrant. We are by ourselves. We are by ourselves. We're bad. We are bad at pass rush. And we have Robert Quinn. Like, theoretically, we're supposed to have at least one dude. But, oh, yeah, look at us. The Colts are generating more pressure. That's the thing, John, is that, like, the Colts have 26% pressure rating as opposed to our 22% pressure rating by the looks of it. And good Lord, they're on the schedule. They're on the schedule. They're on the schedule. This is next week. They're on the schedule. Oh, gosh. I don't like this. They're on the schedule, but that's not that great. They're on the schedule. Yeah, they're on it too. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do we have the Bucks this year? Cause like they were on this schedule, but they blitz all the time and everybody knows it. To be fair, we gave up 6 sacks to them. This team took us for 6. So now what? Like, Let's see. The Falcons are, hey, there we go. Yeah, baby. Next to no pressure. We had a great day against the Texans, too. But so, all that to say that, like, the Bears pass rush, bad spot. And the scheme, not really doing much about it. And that's okay, I guess. That's sort of their plan. Like, they're a very dude-heavy team in many ways. But, like, I don't know. It's just kind of the way that they've been. That's the complicated part about talking about this, is that I would love to tell you, stuff just didn't get home. That's not really true. The Bears barely try to get it home. So when they don't, I mean, Spectre, that's the fun thing, I guess. Like, okay, so a dog at 3 tech, just to use a specific example, would probably move them to the Colts. This is still DeForest Buckner, right? Like, DeForest Buckner's still on that line. If they got a dog at 3 tech and also a solid edge rusher, I think they go to here-ish, right? But so I don't know if the utter lack of schemed pressure that they have over here means that they're ever going to really get that much higher up. Would Larry Ogunjobi have made a big impact? I think Larry Ogunjobi kind of sucks. And if you want, I can pull the Bengals tape that would prove it. Because I personally think that when I went back and watched Larry Ogunjobi, so if you guys know me at all, you know that at my core, I'm pretty optimistic, right? Like, I am going to be the person that comes on stream and tells you how good the Bears are, right? Normally. Like, I want to be the person who comes in and says, heck yeah, the Bears rule. This player at least rules. Here's why. And I have amassed for myself a surprisingly negative persona, because when I am positive about something, I'm going to just about shout it to the world. And that means that I feel like I need to be just as loud about the things that are bad when I see them, like Ryan Griffin having no idea where he's looking on a block and blowing up a play. And now you guys hear about it. So take that for what it is. I really tried when the Bears were handing out a mega contract to Larry Ogunjobi to get excited about him. And all I saw was a guy who got blown up in the run game. Raging, you talk about how Ogunjobi's a tier 2. Okay, so raise your hand if you've been with me long enough to remember when I broke down Bilal Nichols. Do you guys remember how I broke down that Bilal Nichols had 5.5 sacks and 3 of them were completely unblocked? Like, just lucky unblocked plays where he didn't burst through the line, so to speak. He stood up and sacked the quarterback. Ogunjobi benefited from a lot of that, where he made splash plays, but on the 10 snaps that he made splash plays, he looked really good. And on the 50 snaps where he didn't make a splash play, he looked awful. And so while I get it, not everybody cares about PFF metrics, and I'm not saying that you have to live or die by a PFF metric, I will tell you that I, as a defensive line fan, love the guys who output really great defensive line snaps all the time. Like, I will take the guy who's 50 good plays and 10 meh plays over the guy who is 10 great plays and 50 bad plays. At wide receiver, I may take the other one. But in defensive line, like, you need down to down. You need Akeem Hicks. You need Eddie Goldman. You need the guys that are beasts. And, like, exactly, or below zero. Ogunjobi was playing with the Bengals. The Bengals defense was a no-namer defense where everybody was secretly good. Like, I didn't know. I doubt you guys knew. And then when they made the Super Bowl, we turned around and we said, well, it's not because they're scoring 17.5 points per playoff game. Like, something's going well on the other side. Like, Ogunjobi was your classic example of somebody who got mega paid because he was associated with something great, you know? So I'm actually glad that the Bears stayed away from that. So somebody mentioned earlier talking about the Bills, where they said, I'm sure that the Bills thing is part of the pressure. I agree. Like in my opinion, when I look at defensive linemen are kind of like a multiplier. Like 1 gets you here, 2 gets you here, 3 gets you here, and then a 4th gets you, I don't know. I'm just going to lock it at the Cowboys because that's easiest, right? Like when you are, you know what, Mario? I would love that. Like, I think Deron Payne's a really solid player, and I would love for the Bears to spend a lot of money on defensive and offensive line. I think those are great spots to spend it because B-plus defensive linemen, way better than C-minus offensive linemen. You don't need A-plus offensive line or defensive lineman. It's great to have one. It's great to have an Aaron Donald. It's just as good to have a Jeffrey Simmons. Does that make sense? Like, it's great to have, I'll use him again, Aaron Donald. It's great to have a Chris Jones. Great to have a Chris Jones. It's just as good to have a, I don't know, not Fletcher Cox, because he's also very good, but like Akeem Hicks was never a brand name for a really long time. So I look at these guys and it's like, you don't need Brian Burns necessarily. You just need a guy that's good. Kenny Clark is a great example, John. Or Preston Smith. Like the Packers aren't necessarily good because all of them are beasts. They're good because all of them are very good. And so as a unit, they put a lot of stress on you and they multiply each other. But anyways, let's look at some defense just a little bit. So somebody asked, like, what did we do, right? What did the Bears do to change this? And I can look you guys in the eyes and tell you that I think the Vikings kind of outthought themselves. And also, believe it or not, so like I do want to finish this drive because I haven't seen it and I'm curious. But this frustrated me during the game. It's probably going to keep frustrating me. What are the Bears lined up in? Well, it looks to me like they're lined up in a too-high setup, but this corner being so far off right here has me thinking it's probably cover 3 or cover 1 anyways. And so I'm going to watch and see, but I bet you Brisker's going to bite down and Eddie's going to come back up. Just totally guessing. And it looks like it was. With this being cover 1, Brisker coming into the flat again, and there we go. Man, these bots. They are coming for me. Now, the Bears, they ran the ball, which helps them. Let's see, Roquan needs a beast at middle linebacker. I mean, maybe below, but I'll tell you that I think that Roquan needs a beast at DT. Like, I think Roquan just needs to be on a. You almost caught me saying different team. But maybe. I don't know. It's tough. But so, Bears are very obviously in man. I mean, come on. It's man. I bet you they're going to get Justin again. Nope. They just set a pick with Justin Jefferson. They just said, whoops. And now Thielen's open. And that's a 3rd down conversion. Like, I mean, what? This is so easy. This is so easy. And, like, I get that pre-snap motion can give it away. But part of me wonders what would have happened had you theoretically... So, there are a lot of defenses. Now, this isn't all defenses. And I am kind of envisioning something that will start in a man look, but they'll have separate responsibilities based on what's going on within it, because it's a zone behind it. So they'll have somebody playing the flat. They'll have somebody playing the cover 2 area. They'll have somebody behind them, like potentially. I mean, it just depends, right? And it's like at that point you can confuse an offense because you have just rotated over like you are very obviously in man, right? The Bears right now are the defense that makes people go, wow, we should use more preset motion. But not all defenses are this blatant. Like, there are plenty of defenses. The Saban defenses rule. If you guys want to watch special, like, defensive construction, Alabama's Saban defenses are incredible man-matching defenses. And it's because they're zone defenses that lock into man at the snap. So you'd see, for instance, a pick route coming up, which he would then follow until he saw 19 coming across. Somebody would call, like, bang or something like that. They've got a bunch of different, like, words for it, and then he'd trigger back down on the route while 17 went vertical with him, and this guy ranged over to take 18 away. It can be confusing, but it often has better results because of the switching than something like this, where you just end up with Jalen Jones chasing Adam Thielen. And what's the poor guy supposed to do? Like, do I think Jalen Jones is as good a player as Adam Thielen? No, I don't. Do I think Jalen Jones is so much better than Adam Thielen that he's going to overcome a pick route? I don't. So who am I mad at? Alan Williams, I guess, if anybody. Like, because Chi-Town, I hear you. Like, secondary's poor performance is because of how bad the D-line has been. I mean, sure, but it's easy. Like, the Bears are making offense look like easy math, and that really frustrates me because schematically it just doesn't have to be that way. This is boring. Like, this, let's do it again. Vildor has improved a lot. The Bears are in cover 2. I wish it was a joke. I want to be wrong. I'm wanting to be wrong, right? Like, but the Bears are in cover 2, period. And like, exactly, J-Mass, playing straight up with worse players doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so, like, Vildor's going to play his cover 2 role personally. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. It looks like the one wrinkle is that the Bears aren't running cover 2, they're running Tampa 2. And so Kirk is going to look, he's going to say, wow, something's not open for once. And so he's going to turn back, and he's just going to find Justin Jefferson absolutely mad dog open, which, fun fact, that's Roquan Smith's zone. So I don't know what Roquan Smith is looking at right here, because if you were going to play it straight up, Roquan's actually supposed to just sit right here. I can't believe this. Like, Roquan just, nah, I'll go cover this guy. And then Johnson's just like, open. Like, even playing straight up, they're not hitting their assignments. And what a bummer that is. Like, I want to have something about this defense where I can come to you guys and be like, wow, this is exciting. Do you guys remember how excited I was after the 2021 game against the Carolina Panthers, for crying out loud? Like, wow, there's in Haplo we're going to. Like, raging, you're totally right. Like, Justin Jefferson is a boss. I don't want to take a darn thing away from him, but there's so much fun to be had in the wide world of defense. And right now the Bears are not having any of that fun. And their defense is playing like they are not having a lot of fun. And Chi-Town, it'll be better when the Bears get better players across the board, because this won't happen, right? Like, okay, when I talk about the scheme being a problem, it is not because Jalen Jones sucks. I don't love the fact that Jalen Jones has to be the guy who is going to take Dalvin Cook one-on-one in a foot race. Who's surprised that Dalvin Cook wins that, right? Like, yes, when Jalen Johnson comes back, theoretically, you're going to have a much better shot at making this tackle, right? Like, you need dudes to run this defense. Jalen Jones is not a dude, and he's not going to beat Dalvin Cook to the edge, and Dalvin Cook beats him to the edge. Like, for sure. But the scheme isn't... Think about all the times that... Because, exactly, JT, Fuller does have to do that a lot. You do need dudes. Like, you do need dudes. But let's see, you can't disguise your D if you can't run your coverages straight up. I don't think I agree with that, Zai. I think that masking coverages is how you get away with a lot of things. Like, because if the quarterback hesitates because he just didn't recognize what coverage it is, it's cover one again. Looks like, then again, they have Eddie down, which is unusual. So if I was Kirk looking at this, I'd be like, ooh, I don't know if I trust this one. But the Bears have been pretty trustworthy, so they may be running their robber look, especially with the corners where they are. I would try to check into something with an inbreaker. Let's see what they do. It's 2. So they did disguise a little bit, and then they come downhill. The Vikings running game kind of sucked. Like, and like the Vikings were throwing downs away, running the ball. They just didn't have to. Like, I don't by any means. It's funny to say in the same sentence, the Bears' defensive line isn't very good, and also I'm stunned that the Vikings' offensive line got so little push against this defensive line, because I really do believe that the defensive line is bad. Like, but the Vikings offensive line could get nothing, which is shocking, because I think the Vikings offensive line is better than the Giants offensive line, and the Giants offensive line threw the Bears around. Like, the Giants offensive line was playing games with the Bears. They were man amongst boysing the Bears. And so I'm quite surprised that the Vikings ran the ball as badly as they did. I can just report to you that they did. And Kirk Cousins got whatever he wanted. So what can they run that puts these guys in the best position until they upgrade? Normally, I would take risks. Like, if I was like, yeah, no kidding, wrestling figure mania, Eddie Jackson is having the season he is on a team that's like, Eddie's making half the tackles. Like, we can go through and look at him, but it feels like Eddie's making what feels like 30% of the tackles. So what I would do, Mario, if I was running the defense, right, is that I would probably exchange a lot of the rushers. I would play more simulated pressures. Now, what I'm about to say is going to make me sound like Mike Zimmer. I am a big Mike Zimmer fan as a defensive coordinator. Zimmer is really good. So one thing that he did all the time within this kind of scheme is that he would have linebackers mug up and then drop out. So when you mug up like this, you force the defense to account for all 6 of you. Not defense, they're the defenders, I guess, of the offense, but the offensive line. So you need 6 people, and then you drop them out and play from there. Another thing you could do, I think that one of these days, a team needs to come in and use Roquan Smith like the blitzing king he is, and nobody has yet. I don't know what he can't do in practice. Like, I don't know what it is about Roquan that he never gets blitzed. He's such a good blitzer. So what I would probably do is I would have Roquan step up here and like blitz and then drop an edge off, or have like potentially this guy, maybe Quinn, step into this role right here so that Roquan could blitz and he rolls around where he was, and you probably lose a little bit in contain, but blah, blah, blah. Like, it's just, these are ideas. Like, I would change things. Basically, what I would do, Mario, to answer your question, is that right now, the Bears are lining up like this on every passing down. 4 guys, and then everybody drops into their zone, wherever that may be. Like, they're in man, probably. And that's that, right? What I would start doing is I would change where people are coming from. This guy drops into coverage. This guy rolls into his spot. Morrow comes downhill, and Roquan also drops into coverage. And then these 2 rush normally, or something like that. I mean, the Bears right now are so predictable on defense that offenses can apparently complete 17 passes in a row en route to 3 straight touchdowns. Like, I mean, it's not that the scheme is like even that bad. It's that they're making it look so almost preseason tier vanilla. Like, the coverage mix-ups don't necessarily help when they don't look the same, right? So because at that point when the Bears line up, there's like an 85% chance that you know exactly what they're running. You can just check at the line of scrimmage into whatever play you want. So, okay, we don't like this look. Well, let's run on them. Their defensive line isn't very good. Oh, we do like this look. We've got a cover 3 beater and we think they're running cover 1, cover 3. Good. Sign off. Let's get the ball to Justin Jefferson. The guy had like 10 catches in the first half. Come on. How on earth is Justin Jefferson not getting special schematic attention? Ask Alan Williams. Like, there's legitimately a lot to be frustrated about. And JT, I know it's almost midnight. So like what I saw from a defensive, everybody's expecting me to tell you that there are defensive adjustments. I think the Vikings just ran out of ammo. Like plays like this, they just weren't calling them. Like Justin Jefferson in the slot, going deep against Kindle Vildor. What's Vildor supposed to do? He's not a slot corner. You know what I mean? Like, or Vildor isn't a slot corner. Eddie isn't that. Like, that wired, especially since Eddie, if you watch Eddie has been conditioned to drift towards Gordon's side, and I wish I was kidding, but you can see it here. Like Eddie's first step is towards Gordon, and then he heads towards Justin Jefferson to try to cut off that ball. But Kirk Cousins' place is a perfect one. Like I would love to tell you guys, I would love to tell you guys that there was like some crazy amount of adjustment, but I didn't see anything nuts. A lot of what I saw was the Vikings kind of went stale. Like we'll pass through this as quickly as we can. But I want to see creativity. This is cover 2. Like we know it's cover 2, and would you believe it? I mean, the Vikings are probably going to run it because they're also predictable. Oh, no, they didn't. And they hit the flat because that's what you do against cover 2. And they get 6 yards. Like, the Bears defense, I get it that somebody would say, oh, well, what about the adjustments like that they made? And they did, but the Vikings did a good job to choke the game away on their end too. Like, for every good defensive play, there's often a poor offensive play. And in situations like this, there was plenty of poor offensive plays. At least I thought so. Now, one thing that did help, now that I'm watching it, let me see. They have Gordon on the field, right? Yeah, Gordon's in nickel right here. This looks like cover 2 again. And they get hit. Kenneth, I thought you were a bot for a second there. This is the classic cover 2 beater. Just stick it on the spot route. Let me see. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, come on, guys. Everybody let him have it. Eagles are killing it. He ain't said nothing but go his team. Everybody gets to say go their team. You just don't get to say boo your team. Nobody gets to come in here and say the Bears suck. But plenty of people can come in here and say I'm a huge Lions fan and the Lions rule. Right? That's my 2 cents anyways. Like, there is a great way to be an away fan. We can all be fans of each other's teams. The Eagles have done nothing wrong to the Bears, necessarily. They beat us once, but they kind of earned it. But in my opinion, whether it's a Packers fan, a Lions fan, or anybody's allowed to come in here and say go my team. It's when you start saying boo your team that I think you're being objectionable. But that's just me. I know you do, or I'm sure you do, below zero. Like, that's just my 2 cents. Like, except for Tom Grossi. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you, Raging. It's excessive, but it's just chat emojis, thankfully. We're all watching a sad defense anyways, because these are the parts that really bother me. Like, you want to talk about what I hate? It's 3rd and 10. So what are the Bears going to line up in? Man, isn't that creative, right? they're going to line up in man. And hey, look, they did send a blitz. Finally. I guess they didn't line up in direct man, but all the same, the Vikings kick a screen out. They must have seen it. Like, credit to the scouting department, I guess. The Vikings knew. They had no question. Oh, wait, no, I forgot about this. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. This was so easy. Catch. Pass. And can I say, Justin Jefferson set this up perfectly. This barely looks like a backwards pass. How many times have you seen people run these exact kinds of questions? Or not questions, these exact kind of plays where the backwards pass goes to like here, right? Where they go, oh, make sure it's a backwards pass. And they like throw it way backwards. But I thought Jefferson made a really good effort of making it look like just a standard bubble, right? So we went back. Chi-Town, do I think Eberflus should take play calling? I got bad news, man. Like, if there's anything worth being afraid of, it's that I don't think Alan Williams is doing anything that Matt Eberflus wouldn't approve of. Like, this is the way Flus runs his defenses. Vlad, what's up? How you doing? Could this defense benefit from a big overhang nickel in the future, letting Kyler play primarily boundary with JJ? Man, it's hard to tell. Like, Mario, I'll be honest, if Kyler can figure nickel out, he could be really good at it. He's extremely athletic. Like, Kyler Gordon is a bonkers athlete, but at the same time, right now he's getting killed in there. So in theory, Kyler Gordon could play boundary today and probably end up a better corner. Would that help him long term? I legit don't know because I've never coached a DB before, but I can't imagine it's helping a DB to just take a constant pounding out there. Like, that can't be great. It's so weird because, like, there are some of these plays, like this one right here, where I think Kyler does an underrated job of getting under this block, where he's surprisingly good in run support, where he gets right underneath there and then pushes things in and is able to help guide him basically into Dominique Robinson. And Chi-Town, you talk about how bad the secondary bites on play action. I mean, that's these guys' fault. Like, to me, biting on play action is a direct function of trust. When you don't trust, you bite. Because look at how deep Gordon gets, to your point. No handoff yet. And he's through. If that's a pass, he's toasted. And you mentioned that he's undisciplined, but at the same time, I mean, he looks raw. When people talk about raw, Kyler Gordon is the player that people are talking about, in my opinion. Because Kyler Gordon looks like you found an incredibly talented pickup football player playing 7-on-7 on Thanksgiving, and you decided to give him an NFL contract. I thought there was a chance, by the way, that this was a fumble. I know it obviously wasn't, but it made me laugh out loud. Like, I thought that was hilarious. Let's see. Contemplating every choice in your life that led you to an econ exam led by a professor that doesn't even have time. The same questions as the homework. And yikes. Oh, no, that hurts. That hurts, Vlad. At least the Niners look good with Jimmy, right? Because I feel like, look, I'm all about Trey Lance. I think Lance is going to have a perfectly solid career. But, hey, going back to Jimmy certainly seems to have set the team back where it was supposed to be, so to speak, where now Jimmy and Kyle can cook up 21 points a game, and the defense is like great. I mean, the defense will keep those leads, but how much do the 49ers fans hate the Rams? Because I feel like the Rams downfall would be kind of fun for somebody who hates the Rams. Because that I am curious. Did Bosa go down? I believe it, but the Rams, like, pseudo down. Yeah, exactly, Chi-Town, right? That's where people were like, why haven't the Niners traded Jimmy? Well, this is why, or at least that's part of why. It has worked out. Boom. Gosh. Ooh, this was a moment that Roquan took a lot of heat for. You tell me, folks. Do you agree or disagree? Because I kind of think he's got to make that tackle. Like, yikes. Shooketh. I mean, there are just so many of these plays. Because you mentioned that below zero. Roquan's losing a lot of money in a lot of places. Because it's like, what plays is he making? Like, we've got ourselves the Texans game, but he looks terrible in this defense. Can we say that? Like, Eddie Jackson looking solid, making plays, you know? Roquan Smith right now, I wouldn't pay Roquan $5 million a year with the way that he's playing. And I don't even think that's being hyperbolic. I know I'm really down on linebackers pretty consistently. But like Roquan Smith this year, I would let walk for free. Roquan Smith is one of those players where if you told me that Roquan Smith was just a guy, if you told me he's a UDFA, I'd tell you, then why the hell is he starting? Like, I mean, it is ridiculous. The problem is that the league probably sees Roquan Smith as a better player than that. So you got to figure out something to do with him. I would trade him if I could. Like, Raging, it's funny you say that. But like, you can't trade him anyway. No one is paying him $20 million. You're right. But I would trade him. I'd trade him for a third. I'd trade him for a fourth if I could get it. I think Roquan Smith is a whole problem for this team, personally, because 58 is playing really bad football and he wants a huge contract. It doesn't help that just from an ideological perspective, I already don't think linebackers are that helpful in the world of a football team. But because that's the thing, Chi-Town, you mentioned like, doesn't Roquan lead the league in tackles? Which of the tackles that you've seen today has been your favorite? Like, Roquan is picking up a bunch of these rally tackles, but it doesn't feel like he's making plays. Like, that's a tackle, okay? This is the problem with tackles, right? Jaquan Brisker is about to pick up a tackle, you know? And so a better safety, or theoretically Brisker when he's older, you would hope that he meets the running back closer to the hole. Instead, he gets the worst of both worlds, and the running back beats him to the edge and picks up 6 more yards and a first down off of this play. But Brisker gets the tackle because he pushed him out of bounds. So does that help? Like, if you put somebody else in Roquan's shoes, how many less tackles would they have, right? That's the problem here. It's like tackles is a weird stat because it just has nothing to do with good play. And Chi-Town, I agree with you. The image that I keep calling up, okay, is Man, I'm gonna have to make this a shirt because I say it all the time. Like, you got a dish right here. A dish. Right? Are you cake or are you the icing? Because you need cake. You pay for cake, right? You need cake. The icing, you can draft. The icing, you can find. You could play for cheap. You could do what you can, right? You need the cake, and you'll pay for cake. To me, cake, this is the cake. This is the DL. This is the QB. This is wide receiver 1 and 2. This is your DBs. And it depends, because some teams can make a cake or can make a tight end into cake. Some teams, and your OL. Those are your cake positions, if you ask me. And on the icing, you have your RB, you have your LB, you have sometimes your nickel. It depends. You can't spend money on everything. Sometimes it's your tight end. Sometimes it's your like interior. It depends. Some teams play inside out, some teams play outside in, but it's complicated because when you go looking at this, like KR, PR, K, P. Let's see. Did I see Roquan and Eddie scold Jalen Jones after not going out for the fumble? Yeah. But you guys get the point. Like, there are some positions that you need to pay for and some positions that you don't. And it doesn't help anything that I already think that linebackers are an icing position. But Roquan in particular is an extra icing linebacker because he doesn't help out in the run. The really good linebackers in their day are the ones that basically play like offensive linemen. Or not offensive, like defensive linemen. Because I would hope that they would do a little bit more in the run game. But yeah, exactly. If you don't have a cake yet, you got to fix the cake first, Raging. And so it's weird talking about this team, if only because I think that a lot of Bears fans' favorite players are icing, which sucks. But I mean, hey, we were making a Colts comparison. That's the Colts right now. Man, you want to see something stupid too? Who ends up on the finishing end of all these tackles? Like, look at this. Thielen even comes up to block him. Like, Thielen comes across, but Eddie breaks down and makes the hit anyways. Is it a golden tackle? You know what I mean? Like, is this the tackle that you look at and you go, dang, Eddie Jackson can play? No, but Eddie takes a 15-yard gainer and stops it at 15, right? Part of the reason that the defense is bending at all is because below zero, if he is, it would not shock me. Feel free to go look it up because I feel like there are tons of these runs where Eddie Jackson is the only person close. Was this Travis? No, this is Quinn. Nice stab forward. Way to get downfield. Let's see. Did we know Roquan would take a step back with the new defense? I feel like I heard about how he was going to thrive in the system, but he looks worse. Wrestling Figure Mania, I have to ask you a very blunt and direct question. When you're on Twitter in the offseason, who tells you the Bears are going to be bad? And if they do, how many likes and retweets does that get? Just being really real, man. Like, I was worried about Roquan Smith in this system. The will linebacker covers the running back most of the time. Like, you want to talk about matchups? You want to talk about the way that they work in the passing game? Roquan Smith was always touted as a coverage linebacker. Like, everybody knew that he was a coverage linebacker, and that most of the time he was going to be not very helpful in the run. And it's like Shaq Leonard is a demon on the ground. Shaq Leonard stacks and sheds and makes plays in the run game like a crazy man. Why was Roquan ever going to imitate that? Only Eberflus could tell me. And even him clearly does not have a great answer. So who was going to tell you that on Twitter? Only the negative Nellies, you know? Like, only the people who just don't get it. They just don't believe. Like, maybe Chi-Town, like I hear you, but when I watch Roquan Smith, I end up really disappointed. Because while I want to like Roquan Smith, I think right now he is at best easily avoided and at worst a liability that is easy to target. Now, that's me being really harsh, and I understand that. But like, I'm only going to gain your trust if I tell it to you like I see it. And Roquan Smith right now, you can't call him an impact player. I don't think. Like, I don't think he does enough. And I think that there are tons of players on the Bears who have a bigger impact on the defense, for better or for worse, than Roquan Smith does right now. Like, in wrestling, you're not alone. Tons of people had visions of Shaq Leonard dancing in their head, and tons of people wanted you to have visions of Shaq Leonard dancing in your head. Now, this
is where Roquan Smith is legitimately good. He just doesn't get to do it ever. Like, you want to talk about a criticism that you are allowed to have towards Allen Williams? Check this out. Roquan Smith is going to take Adam Thielen vertical, and would you believe it? The guy kind of sticks with him. Like, he's a couple steps behind, but he's got safety help over the top. Like, he's just roboting and covering underneath, but he can play. He's just, A, he's not good at this system, sure, but B, this system doesn't ask him to do as much as the Fangio system did. So I'll give you an example. It used to be that Fangio would have Roquan press up against the first receiver here. The two that would come off of bunch would get taken by the two other DBs. And if they crossed face, the DBs would switch. But Roquan had this guy in man. So that was valuable because they were using him. They were saying, you are a special linebacker. We're going to treat you that way. Matt Eberflus is treating Roquan Smith like he's any other linebacker. I think that's part of the problem for me, is that Roquan Smith, if he's going to be any other linebacker, let's play any old linebacker. Jack Sanborn can be any old linebacker, if that makes sense. Not literally Jack. Jack's also at UDFA, so it's not like I've got huge, crazy hopes for him. Like, we're not saying the bar is high. And look at this. Look at this. The Bears run a stunt. Justin Jones with Travis Gibson. What happens when they run a stunt? Literally, it's a sack. Like, they run a stunt, they get a sack. And it doesn't help that he missed all of training camp, but you'd hope by week 5 he's got things figured out a little bit. But I don't know. I just feel really weird paying him. Yeah, this is what happens when they play Gibson. Gibson goes kind of crazy. Not just in this game, but just in general. Does this get batted down? It looked to me like... Yeah, hey, Frosty. It's weird. Because it's not necessarily that I think Allen Williams, like, literally didn't adjust. Oh, man. Eddie Jackson has 39 tackles. That's crazy. The Bears started doing a good job of the actual, like, bend, don't break principles. They started playing a lot more cover 2. Like, a lot more cover 2. And just straight cover 2 drops. Saying, if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us by dinking and dunking. And they did do a good job consistently. Like, their front was actually winning against the Vikings offensive line way above their weight, if you ask me. And so they just found ways to steal downs and let the Vikings eventually make a mistake. And then the Vikings would put themselves in positions where they would just whiff stuff. I mean, like we saw with the flea flicker screen that we covered earlier. Like, here's a 3rd and 1 at the very end where a 3rd and 3. It's not as if the Vikings aren't going to get this. They are. They call a screen. Roquan misses the tackle. Wish I was kidding. Here's Roquan coming downhill. Nope. Jackson will get him, though. What is Roquan doing? Oh, no, Roquan's not even close to the play. Never mind. That makes it sound like I've just got it out for the guy. I don't. But I like playing 5 down. Like, here the Bears are 5 down. They've got a linebacker mugged up. Haplo, I don't know. To some extent, I think the Bears got a little unlucky. Look at Vildor competing. Gotta love him. Oh, yeah, below 0. You gotta give props to Eddie Jackson for the way he's tackled. Gotta. He's been alone. He's basically not missed any of them. I know, right? Right, Mario? That's the crazy part. But so, like, look at this. The Bears aren't doing anything different. Here they just go with like a medium disguise into cover two. But it's not that complicated. The Bears are just letting the Vikings work their way down the field. And like, is this an adjustment to make them dink and dunk and hope that they eventually drop the ball? Like on 1st and 5? I mean, there's kind of an aspect of you tell me, right? Like, the Bears ran a stunt. They got a sack. So why would you do that again? And from there, I don't want to say they got lucky, but this kind of reminds me of when people were like, okay, what the Bears do differently against the Packers in the second half? And I was like, nothing important. The Packers just fumbled twice. Like, it's kind of weird talking about this defense because Haplo, if you're still in the chat, it's not like the Bears aren't getting results in the second half. I just don't see them switching a lot. I think if I had to guess, it's that the Bears adjust a little bit, like their personnel adjusts to, okay, they got us with this before, they're not going to get us with it again. But like here, the Bears look to me like they're playing 6. So that would be here, probably like, or something like that. I'm not sure. Let's see. Looks like man underneath. And Kyler Gordon's going to get hosed by KJ Osborne. Like, Gordon's competing. He's just got to get better at stuff like that. Where if he feels the receiver beginning to break, that he's put himself in position to understand these are the sticks, right? Like, those are the little things with corner that, look, I wouldn't call them frustrating. Kyler Gordon truly couldn't frustrate me if he wanted to. Like, he's so young that I don't want to make it sound like I'm apathetic, but I just don't really care about Gordon's struggles one over another. But I do think that there's a lot of savvy. I mean, yes, Zai, you're totally right. Look at that push off. But I do think that there's a lot of this that just comes down to, okay, when you've played in the NFL for long enough, you know a potential dig route when you feel one, and you can break it down at the line of scrimmage. So within that context, you would let him attack you, and then you would plant your feet and drive with him. In fact, it actually kind of looks like Gordon tries to right there and then gets shoved off. To your point, no, actually, Zai, I'm kind of with you here. Which, hey, that push-off happens all the time. But it's just like welcome to the NFL rookie style lessons. But then it's 3 seconds. They spike it, and the Vikings missed a field goal. Like, would you guys have felt like the defensive adjustments were super duper effective had the Vikings made their 2 field goals, and instead of it being 22-21, it was 22-27? I don't know. Like, it doesn't help anything that the Vikings offense, while doing an okay job, right? Like, let's see. Here the Bears are playing cover 2 again. Brisker comes down, takes a nice angle. Like, part of me is like, I don't know how much they adjusted so much as they started just playing better. Like, zoom, bang. Right, Haplo. They didn't. They totally didn't, like, go 17 for 17 in the back half. But the Vikings would have had to start repeating play calls, if that makes sense. And the Bears were starting to figure out what was going on. Yeah, the outside run defense is horrible. Cover 2 again. They've got Quinton on wide 9. Yeah, 3 field goals is definitely better than 3 straight touchdowns. Like, no doubt. It's a weird balance. It really is. Like, how much did the Bears adjust? Man, I'd love to tell you they did, you know? But this is a win up front. Like, credit to Armon Watts, 96, and 55, AQM for just ranging over. Boom.
And then it's third down. 3rd and 2. I think they get the stop here. Why not reuse plays when the Bears had no answers? All right, so here the Bears are lined up in the same man look they had. Same one. Same one from earlier. Let's see if they do anything differently. Let's study together. They do. They actually drop into a zone off of it. Now, they still get got. Because Kirk isn't going to miss Justin Jefferson. But he should change things. Let's see. Because I think they block a field goal here. Man. Oh, this is a sweet one by Blackson. Like, it's not an adjustment if the defensive line just starts making plays. Poor or not. Here's 90. And he's just going to put himself on the right side of history, if you know what I'm saying. Big swim. Let's watch that in slow-mo. Whoosh. I love good D-line play. Even if it's just in isolated moments. I love good D-line play. So this looks like cover 2. It is. See, this is something that... Wait a minute. Yes. So this is a legitimately good adjustment, or at least it's different. Normally the nickel is in man. So in theory, what would happen is that KJ Osborne here would stem and spin Gordon. So he'd turn him around, right? But Gordon's actually going to sit in the flat off of this. So Osborne's going to go past him straight into Eddie Jackson. And Gordon is going to sit in the flat. And so when he does, Kirk has to actually check the backside of his formation instead of just sticking to the front side. And Roquan sticks to his gap. So Gordon comes down that way and covers basically both of them. And then it's Justin Jefferson, one-on-one on the back end. Hey, look at Kindle Vildor go. Kindle Vildor just jammed the piss out of him. That is JJ, right? Like, he just jammed the ever-loving snot out of him. That's a sweet play. Gotta mark that. Oh, and then you gotta love Roquan green dogging. Roquan sees, oh, the back stayed in, like the back stayed. I gotta go. And does. Boom. Man, that Vildor jam. Like, I just want to live in that one again. Have to imagine that Justin Jefferson was like, did that just happen to me? Haplo, part of it's because the Bears really don't press all that often. It's a great way to get beat in plenty of cases. But, like, boom. Backed off. Nice job. Below zero, I feel like Kindle Vildor has just looked phenomenal as a cover 2 corner. Okay, phenomenal is taking it way too far. He has looked the best version of himself as a cover 2 corner. And I think it's a really good change for him. So, and then Haplo, you want to talk about, could you press with safety help on top? You sure could. And it sure seems like the Bears kind of tried to. And it also helps when you get some help from your pass rush, like Travis Gibson. Forcing an incompletion here. Like, this is great. check out 99, who's going to beat two dudes. He gives it a little dip, gets right around, swats the ball down, and if memory serves, that forces a missed field goal. Bears get the ball. Vildor took him to his knees, Q. Like, he smoked him. He smoked him off the line. And then they get their customary... Man, these are where, like, I'm so impressed with Eddie's ability to consistently cut these plays off. Because the Bears, as I'm sure you guys would agree, have so many plays every single game. It feels like at least 2 or 3 where the running back is just loose, right? Cutting up through the defense. And then 4 comes over and says, take your 15 yards and go back to the huddle. And then walks off. And, like, that's hard. That's a tough tackle. Up high or not? Is that Roquan at the 35? I hope not. Let's see. No, I think that's Gibson. If we're talking about the same 35. No, Roquan technically gets a tackle there. But Eddie made it. Looks like it's 53 that gets blasted. A little bit. Boom. Another one. Like, look. Watch 4. This is clinic stuff. Attacks down. Fearlessly. So, like, as soon as he sees it's a run, he puts himself in position to make the play. And so that way he's able to deliver the hit before the running back ever actually breaks into the open field. Because had he done what a lot of safeties do, he would have sat right here, Cook would have made it to here, and then Cook would have had this much space to juke him out and take him somewhere else. But, like, Eddie has attacked, he gets to his spot, and then he lays the wood. And again, like, these are... It's making me think that the only reason that the Bears' run defense is holding together is because for as often as they get gashed, they, and I can't believe I'm saying this, have one of the best run defending free safeties in football right now. Like, Eddie Jackson is consistently limiting these gains to under 20 yards. So it's a chunk play. Like, it's a chunk run play. It's an explosive run play. But this from there could be a lot bigger if Eddie's not immediately in the zone. And it helps that they call him for a hold, I think. 1st and 20. But all the same, like, the rep is there. Then they're just going to take their free yards from cover 2. We'll do this drive, and then I gotta help off the baby. This flea flicker was awful. Now, I don't think the Vikings got what they wanted to, because the Bears drop into C2. But credit to Gordon. Gordon makes a sweet break on this. Like, hard break, turns back around. Like, this looks like a Madden player. Like, This looks like a Madden player in how quickly he stops and gets back going the other direction. That's actually really sweet. Like, tell you what, let me put it this way. Gordon, in this game, still didn't make any, like, sweet coverage plays. Not really. But most of that was because he wasn't the one that needed to get targeted, right? Gordon has made some sweet running plays so far this year, and he continued to make some sweet tackling plays. Like, there will come a day where I think Gordon will figure it out. It's not immediately, but I do think it's coming. Because plays like this, his break is too good. He gets lost. He should, in my opinion, fade over this way. So let me back it up just a little bit more. We talked about this at the top of the show. But like, goodness gracious. We got to give Gordon time like we did with Fuller. Exactly. Plus, I feel like if we were going to talk about this, it's like, so Gordon passes his guy off, and then he sinks back into what he thinks is his zone. I would still like him to see the flat so that he can attack down and basically lock on to that route. He doesn't do it. And I think part of that's because the kid lacks instincts, or maybe he's playing so textbook that he just isn't doing it right. But man, when he hits the sprint button, he can jet. He's awesome. He's really good. He's really fast. And that forces a fourth down. And the Vikings convert the fourth down. We talked about this at the top of the show. What's the first thing I look at to decipher the coverage? Q, it's easy. I look at the safeties. The safeties have just not been liars in this defense. So most of the time they've been playing cover 2. In this case, I think they're about to play press cover 2. But if I had to guess, the biggest problem is, so the way that Eberflus normally runs his 2 Q, and we've talked about this a little bit, is that he normally has the corners in their standard zones, the safeties in their standard zones, and then he used to have Kenny Moore one-on-one, just in man. Well, if you look at this right now, so it's 4th and 4, ball here, 1, 2, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, line to gain here. That's Justin Jefferson. That's Jalen Jones. If I had to guess, they're going to do something there. So let's take a look. It looks like the Bears actually rotated, which is rare for this game. In the first game, or in the first half, they did no rotating whatsoever. But it looks like they're actually playing cover 1 robber, which I guess I'm not surprised. It's 4th down. You got to do something medium creative. But there's Jalen Jones getting toasted by Justin Jefferson, and I think he committed a defensive hold, which admittedly is kind of ticky-tack. There's a little tugging action. But deciphering coverage is always weird because normally you shouldn't be right. In my opinion, you shouldn't look at a defense and the way they're lined up and be able to immediately say, they're going to do this, and be correct. But with the Bears in the first half, I had just about like a 95% hit rate, and I shouldn't from the couch. But so 1st and 10, and then we'll end on this, which we started at, kind of, but like we'll end on this because this is the Vildor play, and this is sweet. Boom. This is a reminder of A, Vildor's getting better, B, role players within their role play well, and C, you can't screw up at quarterback, period. So watch Vildor, because Vildor plays this perfectly, but Vildor should give up the over, and he's going to, until Kirk Cousins pulls the ball out of his hands and pumps it. You're going to watch for this, right? Kirk Cousins, as he's running, is going to pat the ball on his hand and then throw it. And Vildor sees it. So as he pats the ball right there, Vildor has already begun to break. Vildor is moving this way. He then begins moving that way because he knows Kirk has chosen his target. It's so simple. It's so human. Fields does it sometimes. Fields did the point, remember? But he sees that, breaks, and beats the man there. The danger within this is that since, what do I think about Jalen Jones? Elijah, I don't think he's particularly special, but he's a UDFA. I mean, is my heart supposed to break because Jalen Jones, a UDFA, isn't amazing? I don't think so, personally. But I definitely wouldn't be placing any FanDuel bets based on him unless you're expecting people to hang a lot of yards on him. So the other thing that Kirk really screws up here is that if it was me, I think that Kindle is offering you the flat. And then Kindle wants to trigger down and make the tackle so that he can limit you to about 2 yards. But I still think you got to take the flat here, because the scary part is that as soon as the defender starts moving this way, your receiver is still moving this way. It's like your receiver, or it's like your defender is closing on the ball at hyperspeed. Vildor gets there early. Like, Vildor has time to stop and jump in the air. It's a really good play by Vildor. It's one that he's earned. It's his first career interception, and he deserved one. Ironically, look at this. Eddie Jackson gets away with probably a block in the back. Like, at least it's the same block that ISM deals with, or like hits, because Eddie shoves Thielen down and is not penalized for it. Referee probably just missed it, TBH. But it's a great play at a great time. And I mean, the Vikings were driving, but that's a really nice play and a really bad decision against cover 2, if you ask me, because it's not open. Like, and it's another nice reminder of, okay, I will say this. It is really easy when we are talking about Fields to go, come on, Kirk, hit the over. He's open. You know what I mean? Hit the over. He's open. And then he throws it from here, and it's picked easily. The NFL comes at you fast. And if you're irresponsible with a clicker, you can make it look like Kirk had 2 options and he threw an interception here, right? But this isn't open, you know? This is open-ish. But it's only open because nobody's going to, like, come down. Like, and I agree with you below 0, but that would involve Kirk. Let me see. If he sits down at the hash marks. Yeah, probably. But then they'd have to actually be in communication on sitting it down. But yes, that would probably totally work. Like, you just got to make sure that when you're judging quarterbacks, you're fair. And Chi-Town, I don't know. I think there were some other guys like that that run better cover 2 disguises. But part of that's because I don't feel like Eberflus disguised. No, he disguised it pretty solid. Like, he really did. But either way, like, y'all, this was a fun one. And Fields played really well. And we get another game on Thursday, which is in 1 day. Technically, we've got this sleep and the next sleep. And then it's game day, which is exciting. I'm curious to see how Fields is going to play. I will end with this. Like or dislike the orange helmets? What do you think? Tell me about this. Bob, we aren't doing it on Friday because I probably won't have the tape by then. And then we can't do it Saturday because that's streaming suicide. So we'll figure it out. It might end up being Tuesday, which will be a long dang time. And I get that. But I don't know when it would be. And I do want to make sure that I'm good, like, what's the word? Cognizant of my baby. Below 0, that's hilarious. I think the all orange looks weird, personally. I'm a bit of a uniform purist, and I like the Bears' normal uniforms. I liked the Bengals' ice uniform too, personally. The Bears' orange feels like we're going to be watching a different team, because I have always seen this team as a Navy base, and it is weird to me that they would shift to being not a Navy base, because I just don't feel like that looks like Chicago, personally. But to each their own. There are a lot of people that love the orange. I agree with you, come on. I probably would have preferred the polar bear, like the whole white jersey. I think it would have looked sweet all the same. Plus, I've always thought the name the polar bear is hilarious and totally fits. Like, you could have the grizzly bear that's like a black alternate. You could have the polar bear that's a white alternate. Well, I guess it would be the black bear, wouldn't it? So you'd have the black, the polar, and then you'd probably have the grizzly, which would be like the normal uniform. But now we're just talking about a lot of Bears. Gotta love them Bears. But so I'm curious to see how things look. I'm curious to see how Fields plays. The Washington front is one that can create a lot of pressure. The Washington secondary is bad. So can the Bears offense continue to take steps forward? I sure hope so. Like, I think that would be awfully neato, but we'll just have to see. Like you're saying, come on. Like, the Commanders have been generous to offenses, but the moment that we bet on the Bears offense is the moment that either the apocalypse occurs or we all end up sad again. So I'm not rushing to put expectations on this offense, but we'll figure it out. But until then, Bears fans, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me. Good night.